I'm waiting for it to pop on the YouTube.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, now I see we are connected live onto YouTube. I just want to say I appreciate everyone who follows me on Twitter. Um, that that means a lot. Liking my tweet, I sent it out that we're doing a giveaway. I have it here on the bottom is a $50 gift card to Fanatics as well as a $25 gift card to Fanatics. It's that time of the year where everyone can get together and play fantasy GM and say this is who I would have took in the draft, and that's what Eddie and I are going to try to do today, and let's just see what happens.
What's up, guys?
Let them. This is Eddie. Let them know who you are and where you come from.
Yeah, my name's Eddie. I'm from San Diego, California. Me and Leo have known each other for about 5 years, and yeah, man, we just used to work together and talk football. Decided to go live with this whole YouTube thing for the draft. And as you can see, my Twitter handle is Squad Nation 619.
Right, and being from San Diego, I give him some crap for being a Padres fan, which is kind of weird. I'm doing this with the Cowboys fan as well, so he's a fan of those two teams. But don't discredit him for that. He knows his stuff. He knows his game. Sometimes I mention a player that I think he has no idea about this guy, and next thing you know, he's telling me what techniques and what he's good at and what he cannot do, and he's going to be a bum in the NFL. It's usually how those conversations go.
Yeah, bum and trash are probably my two key words for players. So you're definitely going to hear plenty of that in the next couple days. But yeah, I'm excited for this year's draft class, and we'll see who does what.
Awesome. And also, like I said, feel free to leave some comments in here. If you guys have any questions, we'll love to answer them. And let's just keep it growing. Let's go ahead. I'm a Niner guy. Let's start this off. We have 2 first-round picks. Let's go ahead and touch base on them real quick. So as far as Eddie, what are the odds on the 49ers trading back twice?
I wouldn't say you guys would trade back twice. I was doing some reviews on the new CBA, and based on everything that I've seen, trading back into the second round or trading up into the first round actually is not going to be a benefit like it was before to have a 5th-year option. It's actually going to be equivalent as franchise tagging a player. So with that being said, I think less teams are going to be eager to jump into the the back of the first round to get that extra year. And on top of that, I just think that there's not going to be any extra draft capital to move back for teams. So I think with the 31st pick, you guys are probably going to stay put. With the 13th pick, I think the odds of you guys moving back is extremely high, being you guys don't have any picks in day 2. So I foresee you guys definitely trading back from 13.
Right. Yeah, I can certainly see that happen as well. I'm big onto CeeDee Lamb. I just love what he can do after the catch. Outside, he's just a bully out there. He takes a 10-yard out into a 30-yard gain, similar to what Deebo Samuel or George Kittle can do in the 49ers offense. And I just don't see how the Raiders pass on him. That being said, it's just Jerry Jeudy in my mind reminds me too much of what they had in Amari Cooper, and they have that same quarterback there with Derek Carr throwing to would be Jeudy Lamb. So I think they want to try something new. So let's go ahead and say they're going to move that 13th pick, and I'd be excited if they can move that 13th pick and get a Justin Jefferson. That's my favorite receiver as far as outside of Lamb and Jeudy. I have Justin Jefferson over Ruggs.
Yep, I agree with that. I think based on everything that I've been reading on the internet, so everything on the internet's true. The Raiders are definitely locked into CeeDee Lamb. So
Right.
The big question is whether they're willing to move up, give up some draft capital to go get him. because there might be a real possibility that teams take CeeDee Lamb. The ability that he shows, in my opinion, he's the number one wide receiver.
Right.
I would say he's a good margin different from the other two as far as I think he's going to be a high caliber player. He's going to be a superstar wide receiver. Ruggs, we've seen the Ruggs type receivers before. Is he going to be John Ross or is he going to be Deshaun Jackson? That's the big question. Is Judy going to be a Amari Cooper? Or I don't even think he's as good as Amari Cooper. And
wow,
he
why
does
is that?
drop issues.
Explain why you don't think he's as good as Amari.
I don't think he has the burst that Amari has, honestly. I think he's a tick or two slower than Amari. He's a great route runner, so he's going to be successful. But is he going to be successful enough to be a top 15 pick? I'm not exactly sure, especially in a class that's so deep at wide receiver. You could take a guy in the second round and be more than happy with the value that you got from a guy, let's say at pick 40 versus a guy at pick 12, 13, or, in that top 15 range.
Right. And I posted it, if you guys can see it, from Luis Alvarez right here, that he believes they're moving that 13th pick. And I got to agree with that. I think CeeDee Lamb is who they want at 13, but I don't think he's there. And that's what makes them move from that 13th pick. You may have Ruggs still there if that's their guy, even though that's not mine. I would take Jefferson. Or Jefferson, very well. There's no reason Jefferson should not be there if they move back.
Right. I agree with that.
All right, let's go ahead and move it forward. Where does Tua land?
So I think Tua might, I don't know. That's a tough one because based on what I've been reading, again, Miami's interested in moving up to 3. And Detroit's pretty desperate to get out of 3, I think. Because I think they're in a position where if they move back to 5 or 6, they're more or less going to get the guy they want in Okudah anyways. So if you can get a little extra draft capital, they need all the picks that they can get. That team needs players. They should do it. So it might not cost as much as one would think to move up to get the 3rd pick. But I don't, if it's Herbert, that if the Dolphins are into Herbert and they want to move up, then, that's one possibility. So I think he could go as high as 3. He could drop into, the 5 or 6 pick.
Right. Honestly, I feel like he's not the guy in Miami. I don't, even for me, I think he's a stud. I would draft him if I'm the Dolphins. You lost out on Drew Brees because you were scared of an injury. And look what that guy's done in New Orleans. For some, if you don't know, Drew Brees, spinal game with the Chargers, tore his whole shoulder out on his throwing arm. Dolphins were going to offer him, took that contract off the table, signs with the Saints, and just fairy tale story since. And so if I'm the Dolphins, I don't want that to happen to my franchise twice. And that's what makes me go and get Tua. But we'll see. Emerald, obviously, he's hoping his Fins don't pick Tua. Well, if you don't want Tua, who would you want at that spot? Probably
Quick
be
question.
tackle.
Who did the Miami Dolphins sign instead of Drew Brees? Quick trivia question.
Instead of Drew Brees. I'm trying to think of that time. Was it Culpepper then?
Yep, Dante Culpepper.
Wow. I just try to. I honestly had no idea on that one.
It didn't last very long, but yeah. That was a.
I knew it was a bust somehow, so I was like, okay, who went to Miami that was good and then just played terrible?
Yep, it was a quick marriage and divorce on that contract. That's for sure. So
keeping it as far as tailored into them, I kind of just asked this question: if they're not going to, are they going tackle or Herbert?
I don't think they very well could go offensive tackle. Their offensive line is a piece of work. And nothing's really working. They got rid of Tunzel to get draft capital. Do you see them trading? You trade a guy like Tunzel and you get a first rounder. Are you going to invest a your fifth pick at that, on an offensive tackle when you already had a guy that had a name for himself and was, a Pro Bowl caliber left tackle? I don't think that's the move that they go with. If they don't draft a quarterback, if they don't move up, whatever the case may be, I would say they're probably looking at someone like Isaiah Simmons. And that's if he's even there at 5.
Ooh, Isaiah Simmons down in Miami. They're already building that defense there.
You got Byron Jones.
Yeah, imagine go get McKinney later in the draft. Now you got McKinney, Byron Jones, Xavier Howard, and then you add in Isaiah Simmons.
So like you said, I like saying bum and trash. That would be a bum or trash pick. I don't think McKinney is better than any of those 4. I think 4 safeties that went in the end of the second round last year.
Yeah.
You had Rapp, Adderley, Thornhill. I don't think he's better than any of those guys. So I don't think there's going to be a first round safety this year. It might be Delpit because of his upside, but McKinney is not a guy that brings a bunch of excitement to me, in my opinion.
Well, we'll see. I think he's a first round safety. We'll see what happens there. I can easily see him slipping out of the first round as well. But if I'm Miami, I take that guy. You lost Minkah Fitzpatrick in that secondary, and they could have certainly used him in that back end. So I would go McKinney later, but right as far as their first pick overall, I would go offensive tackle, and then you could probably steal Jordan Love at 18.
Yeah, but imagine what's to say that they wouldn't use Simmons in a hybrid role at safety?
True, they can.
So you have a hybrid in Simmons with your 5th pick, and then you go and get an offensive tackle at 19 or 26, I believe is their other pick.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be the route I go. You don't get a guy like Simmons very often that's that athletic, or actually ever. We have never seen a linebacker as athletic as Simmons. And as big and physical as him as well. He's not your 220-pound linebacker. That dude's like 235, 240 playing weight. I would invest in that and then worry about offensive tackle towards the end of the or towards the middle or end of the first round with their other 2 picks.
Yeah. Okay. And I just like to apologize to everyone if I keep looking away. I'm just trying to get the link out, this YouTube link out onto all my other platforms. So Facebook, I try to post it on Twitter as well as my Instagram. So I'll try to keep it a little tuned in more. And we'll just keep it going. What we want to do here is, believe me, guys, I'm gonna go over plenty of Niner stuff. Eddie knows his stuff as well, so he knows what he'll be talking about when it comes to the 49ers. But we're going to go ahead and just cover all of the top headlines, get it out of your way. I'm sure you heard it from ESPN, NFL Network, some of those top outlets, but let's go ahead and hear it from everyday people like you and I. As far as what do the Chargers do? So this is what I find kind of sneaky. Do they move up? I think they should, because this whole report that got leaked out, I think it was a couple days ago, that the Dolphins are looking to move up to 3 to take offensive tackle. I find that completely BS. They could probably sit there at 5 and get the top offensive tackle on the board. And so I think that has to do a little bit about moving up for maybe a quarterback. So if I'm the Chargers, that'll make me wary. I'll go up with the Lions and take Tua. Like I said, I think Tua's a stud. I understand he has that medical issue, but with the Chargers, they have Tyrod Taylor already there in their system. It sounds like they love Tyrod, his work ethic, his ability, what he can do. So let Tua sit for a year, make sure that hip is completely healthy, and then have Tyrod start year one and let Tua play kind of that Patrick Mahomes and then be the full-time starter in year two.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. There's a lot of talk about the Chargers moving up to 3. I think they're so desperate to get fans that they're going to trade major draft capital in order to move up. And, Tua being Polynesian, Southern California, LA is a huge Polynesian area. So they're looking to gain fans any way possible. They can barely fill a soccer stadium, let alone an NFL stadium. I think they're gonna give up a lot in order to move up. And honestly, they've been needing a left tackle in that system for a long time. I know they got Bulaga and they traded up, or they traded Okun for Trey Turner. So they are looking to shore up their O-line. But I would, if I were them, I would invest in a left tackle, get someone like Andrew Thomas, shore up that offensive line, let Tyrod Taylor do what he does, or go out and sign Jameis Winston or Cam Newton. Those are two guys that they have a winning team. What's the point of getting a rookie to put the team on his back year one? Or like you said, give him a year. They can go win now. Go get a Jameis, go get a Cam Newton, get a left tackle. You have a pretty solid O-line then, and they have a great defense.
Yeah, that's true. They could certainly go ahead and take off and tackle now and then go get Jordan Love. Say maybe trade back into the first round and get him, or go sit at your number 2 spot in the second round and get Jacob Eason. They could certainly do that, but I'm telling you, Tua is a franchise quarterback that doesn't come around very often, and that's just myself personally. When you have a talent of that, you don't pass on him. You kind of seize that moment. The fact that you could get him at 3 or 5 would be a steal, because usually a player of his talent is going to go number 1 overall. Kind of like what's happening with Burrow this draft. Miami has all the picks in the world, and Cincinnati saying no, this is our guy. Like, you can't get him.
Yeah, and I get that. I'm a team builder heart, like, to the core. So if I was the Bengals, I would levy everything that or I would take everything the Dolphins are willing to levy to get that pick. That team has a lot of holes, and Burrow is a great quarterback, but Cincinnati has so many holes. They could use 4 or 5 picks in the top 100 and still have holes when it was all said and done. But that's obviously not going to happen. And you can argue the most important piece is your franchise quarterback, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter if you don't have any talent around them. They have, AJ Green basically on his last year. I don't know how much he wants to even be there, but that's a different argument. You have Tyler Boyd. He's a good wide receiver, but he's a Robert Woods type wide receiver. He's not necessarily, going to be your star, right? So it's like they have so many holes. They're not re-signing their own free agents, or their free agents don't want to re-sign with them. So I just think it's like you need to go out and get everybody that you can. And if I were the Bengals, I would consider it. They're not. So obviously it's a moot point. But as far as Tua, I think, you can argue Tua's great, and he is, don't get me wrong, but those injuries do scare me. And there's 2 franchise quarterbacks potentially coming out next year, when Lawrence and Justin Fields. So I don't know. I would definitely just build my team and get the right quarterback, and hopefully not one that's totally banged up.
Right. Yeah, you do have Justin Fields next year as well as QB2. Obviously Trevor Lawrence. You got to have the worst record in football and hope to get that number 1 pick. So that's why we mentioned Justin Fields instead of Trevor Lawrence. As well as, I would also like to throw out there is, that Bengals team is not going to win anytime soon. They could end up getting Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow's guy, at receiver. They could levy their second round pick, which is, I believe, 33rd overall, try to get more picks out of that as well. Since you were saying about like a team builder, but Joe Burrow, I'm not trading that guy.
Yeah, but like you said, they're not winning anytime soon. They can go 1-15 next year and get Trevor Lawrence and have four guys in the top, or 4 or 5 guys in the top 100 this year to build that team around for the quarterback. But it's obviously not going to happen. But man, I would love to be the GM with that type of opportunity on my hands.
Right. All right, guys. Well, like I said, if you have any put that you want to share out there, go ahead and feel free to comment. I'm gonna go ahead and read the comments here when you guys post them, and we'll discuss it. So I want to hear what you guys have to say as well. And like I said, I'm gonna talk my 49er stuff for my 49er fans out there. We're gonna cover that. It's okay. We're just going over all of the headlines from someone that's not at ESPN and just been working from home like the rest of you. And a hot one, which I don't really see because of the position this team's in. The Falcons trying to move up. Heard rumblings about them going up to 2. Heard rumblings about them going up to 9, possibly with the Jags. I don't know what to make of the Falcons. I think they have the offensive talent, but the defense is what's going to hold them back. It's just not there. And by making a move like that, especially going up to a number 2 pick, they're not 1 pick away from contending. Especially it's a corner or defensive end, whatever they do, they're not 1 player away from that. Especially with Tom Brady in that division. Yes, Tom Brady's older, but at the end of the day, he's still clutch in clutch time. You give him the final drive, Tom Brady probably will come through because of his accuracy and IQ. And then you also have the Saints in that division who are legit. To me, the Falcons are a clear battle. They're a clear 3. I have the Panthers under them, but they're a clear 3 in that division. As a clear 3 in your own division, I don't make that move from them.
Not at all. I definitely want to do it. I mean, I understand they are absolutely depleted in their secondary. It looks like as of right now, their starting 2 cornerbacks are Kendall Sheffield and Isaiah Oliver. So they definitely do need a cornerback. Do you move up and take a guy like CJ Henderson in the top 10? I wouldn't, but
so for myself, real quick, I believe there's a drop off at cornerback. Once you go Okudah, I see a little drop off from Okudah to Henderson. I know Henderson is the hot guy that everyone's talking about. Some have him over Okudah. I just don't see that on film. To me, Okudah's he's pretty sticky playing man to man. Doesn't really give up too much separation. As well as CJ Henderson, he sometimes could get beat over top. So I see that, but other than those are the 2 clear people at the top. After that, you have Fulton, Terrell, Diggs, Gladney, Johnson. I think there's a big drop off from there. So if I'm the Falcons, you probably don't get Henderson there. So if your pick comes up and he's not there, I would trade back and go take a guy like Fulton or Diggs after that.
Yep.
The need of corner is there, but if it's not there, I absolutely wouldn't pick it.
And I wanted to hit on the topic that you mentioned earlier, as far as them talking about moving up to the 2nd pick. I don't necessarily think they were all that interested in moving up to 2, but I think they're trying to figure out what the value of draft picks are this year, figuring out what it would cost to get to 2 and scale it down to maybe getting to 8, 9, 10. I'm sure they talked to all those teams in that range to see what it would cost to move up to, the 8, 9, 10 mark. But getting a perspective as 2, you can go back and say, this is a value here. Like, you guys want too much. And, we're basing that off of this. So I don't think they really had any interest in moving up to 2. Obviously, they would love to, but there's no way they would give up that type of capital, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, same here. This is interesting from the comment section. I'm gonna go ahead and plug this in here. Is what about Hurst? I think he would be a better fit in LA. Now, I find Hurst interesting because when he was at Alabama, may have been a confidence factor, but I thought he was more of a Tim Tebow when he was with Alabama. It just couldn't had zero accuracy. The ball was in the dirt. His best ability was to just run the ball. Went to Oklahoma and he slinged it a lot more. I think that has to do with Lincoln Riley's system. So that would concern me about Hurst is what kind of quarterback am I getting? What would you say?
Jalen Hurts is weird, and they ran a different offense when he was a quarterback. Alabama, when Hurts was quarterback and before was predominantly a running team, they realized that college football has totally changed. It's turned into a more spread offense, and getting matchups is really where it is. And so they tailored that offense and they transformed that offense from that last year of Hurts to the first year of Tua starting significantly. So I don't even think you really got to see what Hurts could do in an offense like that until he went to Oklahoma. With that being said, Hurts is about a tick slow in reading and reacting. And so, and he doesn't necessarily throw a great deep ball. So I don't know. There's definitely the arm talent. He definitely brings the what everybody wants, a running quarterback. Although nobody wants a running quarterback once he gets hurt. But I don't know. I'm not a big Hurts fan. I think that his reads are a little bit slow, and it's going to cost you in the NFL even more so than it does in college.
Right. Just going back into the comments. Go Raiders. No, thank you. Pass on that. So, this is for my brother, I believe. What about Dobbs? I believe he's talking about Dobbins from Ohio State. Running backs, they're not going in the first round anymore. I would be shocked if Dobbins goes today. A lot of people have Jonathan Taylor as their RB1, but I have J.K. Dobbins. You put on the film of Ohio State. Yes, I understand those holes are huge. The Red Sea is split apart where he's able to run, but he runs with power. He runs with speed. He can catch out of the backfield. That's my RB1, but there's no way I'm taking him today.
No, I'm not taking a running back one ever. I don't care who it is. I'm a Cowboys fan. The Zeke Elliott pick was a mistake. It is. I mean, look, they're desperate for a cornerback today, and whether they pick one or not, that's a question. You could be sitting pretty right now with the extension you gave Zeke 2 years too early. That could have went to Jalen Ramsey. And Jalen Ramsey, based on all the different rates, a star cornerback is far exceeds the value of a running back. And you can look across the NFL. There's plenty of good running backs out there that were drafted day 2 and day 3. The value for a running back in day 1 is actually a negative value for your team.
Yeah. Being a 49er fan, I'm obviously big into Shanahan's scheme, seeing what he's able to do with that offense, and look at the undrafted running backs we have in our scheme. I believe it's not just ours. Undrafted running backs can succeed in other schemes as well. You have Mostert, an undrafted running back cut by 7 other teams, running for 200 yards in the NFC Championship game. No way I take a running back in the first, second, or third round.
No.
But so parents out there that have young boys, and you want to play them at running back so they get touches, that's fine. Do that now. Switch them to receiver when they get older, because you play them at running back now when they're young. That's going to create some yak potential, yards after catch when they get older, and you switch them to receiver because they were able to take those hard hits and bounce off them. But don't let them stay at running back.
The next Debo Samuel's the yak king.
Exactly. So we got another comment in here. So my family's chiming in now, huh? So my dad wants to know: are we getting a cornerback, wide receiver, or trading our 13th pick? That's a great question there. If they sit there and draft, uh, and it's a corner, it's going to be C.J. Henderson. Because like I said, I believe there's a big drop off when you have Okudah, C.J. Henderson, and then it's significant after that point. If he's not there, there's no way I'm taking a corner at that spot. Wide receiver, C.D. Lamb is one you take there. Jerry Jeudy is one you take there at 13. I'm not a big fan of taking Henry Ruggs the third at 13th overall pick. It's just a big part of his game is the deep ball. Just running a 9 route, see how fast I run, and then you throw it up in the air, I'm going to run down and catch it. That's not a part of Jimmy Garoppolo's game. I love Jimmy G. He is my franchise quarterback, and I don't want anyone else playing quarterback at the moment, but that's not part of his game, so I'm not putting Henry Ruggs with Jimmy G, at least at not the 13th overall pick. I believe they will trade back from 13, but if they sit there, it would be either C.J. Henderson, C.D. Lamb, or Jerry Jeudy. What do you think, Eddie?
Sorry. I think C.J. Henderson will probably be the guy if he's there. I don't know if he will be there. The other guy that C.D. Lamb, I would love to see C.D. Lamb. Well, actually, I wouldn't love seeing C.D. Lamb with the 49ers, but I think he would be a great pairing with Debo in that offense because he can run across the middle. He is going to be a guy that's going to get yak. So I think he would be a great fit in that offense. But yeah, Henry Ruggs, I don't see it, honestly.
Yeah, I kind of relate because his biggest specialty is his speed. So I relate that to a Marquise Goodwin. Ever since Jimmy Garoppolo became the starter, Goodwin hasn't really done much in that offense. His best games came with C.J. Beathard at quarterback because C.J. Beathard could throw that deep ball a little more accurately, and that's just not Jimmy. That's not part of his game. So that's why I don't. Now you're limiting your 13th overall pick, so I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I don't see the Ruggs fit there at all.
Okay, so I got a text question. Hopefully they're still chimed in. I got a text saying it won't let them comment. They want to know what the Denver Broncos are going to be doing at 15.
Denver Broncos at 15. I've seen them going after Justin Jefferson. That seems to be their guy. I can see them going cornerback there too. But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't go a wide receiver. Henry Ruggs would be an intriguing fit across from Courtland Sutton. So I could see that being a good fit with Locke's arm. Locke has a cannon. He would be a perfect fit. And you almost want to compare that pairing to what you saw a glimpse of in Deshaun Jackson and Carson Wentz. A lock to Henry Ruggs. You have Courtland Sutton on the other side as a big body guy that's willing to go across the middle. That would be an intriguing pit for the Broncos. Would be Ruggs.
Yeah, if Ruggs lands there at 15, I think that'll be great for the Broncos. At first, I gotta admit, I wasn't high on the Broncos taking a wide receiver at 15. I was like, it's a deep class. They already have Courtland Sutton. But if you're building the team around Drew Lock, you need to add weapons around Drew Lock. And so you have Sutton there. Why not add speed in Henry Ruggs? I said that wasn't a part of Jimmy's game. This would be a part of Drew Lock's game, throwing that deep ball. As far as someone underneath, they have Noah Fant, which when Noah Fant and Drew Lock play together, they were stud. I believe I saw a tweet out there. I can't remember from who. It said Drew Lock's passer rating when throwing to Noah Fant was like 135.
That's insane.
So they have that guy underneath. There's no need to go with Justin Jefferson. right there when you got Noah Fant, who can play similar. He's a tight end that can line up in the slot. So and then just box out a DB or a linebacker, and so
I think he
that's
gives
what
you
I would
that.
do. I think Henry Ruggs is a great fit there. If he's not there, they could go offensive line depending what tackles are still on the board. They could go corner depending which corner's still on the board. Um, but if Ruggs isn't there, they could certainly add like a Jalen Rieger. I wouldn't necessarily take Jalen Rieger at 15. You could add a KJ Hamler. I wouldn't take him at 15 either. I'll take him in round 2 for Denver. But there's guys there for Drew Lock. But Ruggs, I have Ruggs over Rieger and Hamler.
Yeah, I mean Noah Fant is essentially your seam wide receiver, so he's going to be a guy that's going to be able to run those deep seams and create things underneath as well. So, yeah, I mean that would be a lot of firepower if you got a Ruggs in there. Honestly, I really do like Rager, so I think Rager gives you more with the ball in his hands than Ruggs does. Ruggs is great if he has daylight, but Rager, I think, gives you a little bit more cuts and can get open himself. So
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes a lot higher than what people are saying he will.
Perfect. And I do have the TV on me behind you guys. The reason why I do is so that you could see the NFL draft and still sit here and talk with us. Send some comments. We're going to touch on those comments. Doesn't have to be a day 1 guy. If you want to talk about someone that's going to go day 3 or day 2, we'll touch base. So we'll see when that Joe Burrow official comes in and how they do it, how many people he has in the house, because I guess that's a big part of this stay-at-home situation. And we'll go from there. So we're going to just carry on to these pre-draft topics. Are the Raiders all in on CeeDee Lamb?
I think he's their guy. That's their pick. The question is he going to make it to 12? I don't think he will, but they'll probably be willing to move up. I think they'll give up some draft capital. They have 2 first rounders. They can play around with how they want to acquire that pick and that they use to move up. But I can see them totally moving up 2 or 3 spots if they need to go get them.
Yeah. They certainly can, because there's rumors out there that some teams will go ahead and take CeeDee Lamb before the Raiders come up. One's been out there as the Cardinals. I don't see that after the DeAndre Hopkins trade. They're too similar. One thing, how I see it, when you're building a team, is you don't want too many players that are too similar. You have that, then they can't offset each other, and then now you just got all the same pieces. And then they have the Jaguars after that. Some people want to say the Jaguars should go CeeDee Lamb. All they really have is what's his name?
Chark. DJ Chark.
DJ Chark out of LSU. So that's all they have there. They have D.D. Westbrook for the slot as well, so let's not forget about him. But they don't really have that other outside receiver. I don't think they could go there. They could find that later with Michael Pittman or whoever else in round 2. They don't need to address that now. And then they want to say the Jets. The Jets could, honestly. The Jets really could. All they've really got, as far as if I'm a defensive coordinator scheming for a passing game, what receivers am I studying? Jamison Crowder. That's it. Yes, they signed Brashard Perryman, but who knows with that guy? Is he going to be healthy? Is his head in the game? Like, he came back a little bit for the Bucks, but we'll see.
Yeah, they need wide receiver in their worst way. I was surprised that they didn't re-sign Robbie Anderson. I think he signed for 2 years, $20 million. They had plenty of cap space. They easily could have signed that contract. They have Jamison Crowder. They desperately need wide receiver, but they desperately need offensive tackle. And I think it's just going to be who's better, the offensive tackle that's on the board or the wide receiver that's on the board. I would be very surprised if it's the offensive tackle over a guy like Lamb, but then again, Lamb might not be there when they're picking either.
Right. We'll see. And so you look at the teams before them. Is the last one that I didn't touch on was the Browns. The Browns aren't going there.
Nope. They'd be insane too. They need to get an offensive tackle. They said Conklin. He's a or a right tackle, excuse me. They need to get a left tackle. That should be priority number one. And if you give Mayfield a left tackle, he has his right tackle. If he doesn't show up next year, it's probably time to look for a new quarterback.
Right. So this one's for Eddie, Mr. Cowboy.
No, he's gonna have the whole family there. Probably Stephen Jones is probably in the next room. Yep, little Stephen Jones, big Stephen Jones,
little Stephen Jones, D10 starting quarterback, state champ.
Jerry Jr. Yep, they're all going to be in one of the 50 rooms in his house probably. I'm just mad I'm not there. I mean, I called Jerry. He said I couldn't come for the COVID-19 reasons, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Just going through the comments now, guys. As far as so what he means is Philip Lindsay is, will the Broncos trade Philip Lindsay for a draft pick? No. They're going to keep him. He's a perfect fit outside of Melvin Gordon. So Lindsay's a kind of do-it-all running back. He could run between even though he's a smaller guy, he could hit between the tackles. He could hit on the outside. He could catch the football. Melvin Gordon's not much of a catcher. Neither is Royce Freeman. They can do it, but they're not the best at it. When you got Philip Lindsay, who's elite out of receiving from the backfield, you keep that guy. If anyone's being traded, it would be Royce Freeman.
Exactly. Yep. Royce Freeman's a guy to keep your eye on. But, I mean, what are you going to get? A day 3 pick, a late day 3 pick at that? You're not going to – running backs don't have much value to begin with, especially ones that I think he's, in his 3rd year. There's not going to be much value there. It'll be a late 3, if anything.
Right.
I would assume they probably don't move them and just have their 3 running backs and call it a day.
Right. So now we got a question from Cesar. I love the gloves there. Those things are beautiful. But real question is, what are the Texans going to do? I saw a report today that the Texans are trying to move in and pick today. Well, they could have picked today if they didn't, Oh, no. They traded that for Tunzel. They traded like 20 first-round picks for Tunzel.
Yep.
But so what are the Texans going to do? I could see them trading in. The reason why I say that is you have a perfect match with the 49ers. Your 49ers own the 31st pick. Texans own the 40th pick. You're only going down 9 spots, and you're probably gaining a 3rd-round pick in the process. So, because you would gain that 40th pick plus a 30 of the 3rd-round pick. So it's kind of there's a match there. The Chiefs are a team I could see trading out as well from 32. They don't have much needs. They have some. They don't have much. But what's there at 32 isn't going to necessarily is a clear solving to those needs.
Yeah, but what are you going to get in the high 30s that you really can't get at 40 or whatever else? The way the draft is stacked, you have the top 15, 16 players. You can argue maybe 17, 18, but outside of that, those guys from 19 to 45, heck, you can even probably take it deeper than that. There's probably not that much as far as a difference between the players. Now, the one position I would say that is probably you want to move up and get somebody is offensive tackle. The draft has been so weak the last three years, that offensive tackle, since Tunzel was drafted actually, or what's that been, 4 years, that teams are going to be desperate now that we have finally a deep class. I can see that being a position that gets drafted quite often in the 1st round, a lot more than what we're anticipating.
Right. So, see, so just to update you guys on what's going on, the Lions still not have traded their the third overall pick, so they're still sitting there. We'll see what happens with that. And just going through here, another comment. Do the Eagles trade up? They can. They'll trade up depending how far Henry Ruggs falls. They'll trade up for that.
I think if you see two receivers go in the top 10, they're on the phones trying to move up into that top 13 mark. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah. And it depends as well as if CJ Henderson falls behind Dallas Cowboys and he's still sitting there, they may want to trade up for that as well.
They just gave all that money to Darius Slay. Their wide receivers you have Alshon Jeffrey, who can't stay healthy. They let go of Nelson Aguilar. They have JJ Arcega-Whiteside, who's basically Alshon Jeffries. Deshaun Jackson, is he going to play more than one game?
No, he's bad.
So
Arcega-Whiteside's bad.
They need wide receivers. So I would be willing to bet that they're going to be dead set on getting a wide receiver, because especially a guy like Ruggs. Do they hope and maybe get Rager at 21? Maybe that's a guy to add some diversity to that wide receiver core.
Yeah, look at Goodell there in the back of my TV. He just announced that the Bengals are on the clock. He looks like one of those commercials, the way he was standing with his hands right here.
A little infomercial trying to sell life insurance.
Exactly. He's selling a virtual draft right now. How was that when everything they said that they lost connection? Jerry Jones, your boy, was involved on it, and it just went all bad. Jerry Jones probably didn't know how to answer the call, to be honest. Probably said green to answer, red to decline, and Jerry was pressing red the whole time.
Jerry Jones has a flip phone still, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. He was trying to FaceTime on his Razor.
There you go. Yeah, I think he does have a Razor.
So we'll see what happens there. Joe Burrow, obviously not in his suit there, as you can see. He it's obvious they're going Joe Burrow here. They have to. Now that you threw it on the table, this team's not going to win anytime soon. Why not trade that pick, stack up on them? If Miami wants to give you 3 and 5 or whatever they give you, is you could take that. But the thing is, what do you tell the locker room? Hey guys, we're tanking for a quarterback next year. You offensive linemen, defensive linemen, linebackers, running backs, you guys take the most pounding, but we're just gonna lose every game as possible to take a quarterback. Like, how do you translate that to the locker room? I don't feel like you can.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely saying we're going to suck again if you skip out on Burrow and that you have zero confidence in that roster. But at the same time, they can't re-sign their own guys. Their guys are leaving and going elsewhere. So the confidence isn't in the locker room to begin with.
Yeah, that's why you take a guy like Burrow, because it kind of brings a winning mentality. But like, if you trade all the picks, then all the veterans that are going to be due up on a contract feels like they're in a losing mentality again.
Which is fine. I mean, you're going to lose AJ Green again. You're going to lose AJ Green next year anyways, whether he even shows up. I mean, the injury he had last year was not a season-ending injury. Coincidentally enough, what did he do? He missed the whole season. So he's not all in. He signed he's going to sign the franchise tag if he hasn't already. He's going to be there one more year. He's going to go to the Patriots probably, or someone like that. And I don't know. There might not be much left in the tank there, but I would get everything I could. I think at the minimum they can get 3 first-round picks, especially if it's a team like Miami. They could get 2 first-round picks this year and a third one in the future. But
yeah,
they're not going to go that route. So it's going to be Burrow. They're going to have him. Hopefully, the offensive line can block.
Yeah. So I'm still looking here. I haven't seen the Lions make a move yet. I'm assuming they may pick. I feel like that would be a total Lions move to not trade out of that because they have a lot of needs. You need a build there in Detroit. How long has Matthew Stafford been there and he hasn't even won a playoff game? So you need to build a team, and I just don't see anybody keeping their job next year if you're taking Okuda at 3 and not trading back.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to keep their job anyways. It sounds like the players aren't very fond of Patricia, and if you're not fond of your coach, you're not going to play for your coach.
They hate
So,
Patricia.
so I don't foresee him having a job there next year, regardless. The question is how much weight does Patricia have in the room with ownership? If ownership and how much does ownership really care and know what the players feel? If they did, they probably would have got rid of Patricia this year. But they obviously it's not something that they really care about, in my opinion. So if I was an owner, I'd be making this pick and trading back.
Yeah, and I just think they look at Matt Patricia. The only reason why he stayed there is they were like 2-1, and then Stafford got hurt and the season went downhill. I think that's the only reason why they kept him, because they may have felt that they were turning the corner or something. I think they were actually 2-0-1 to start the year. So 3 weeks in, they haven't felt defeat, because I remember they were on one of those memes about like the undefeated teams, and the Browns were, or excuse me, the Lions were that weak link that was still undefeated.
Yeah, I just think you, as an owner, you have to have a pulse for the players and what's going on in that locker room. And the pulse is damn near flatline there. So I would, yeah, I mean, they're going to have him for another year. But like I said, if I'm the owner, I'm making the pick on this one, or I'm making the decision, because it's ultimately going to be a player that is going to exceed Patricia's contract, and it's a top 3 pick, or if you trade back. So you want this to be a player that's going to be a part of your franchise, not Patricia's regime, because that's not going to last long.
Right. Yeah.
Pick is in.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. The pick is in. Hey, before the pick gets dropped. How is it not?
Joe Burrow.
Who would have thought? If I told you at this time last year Joe Burrow's getting drafted first overall, would you believe me?
Nope. I wouldn't. I wouldn't even. I wouldn't even say he would get drafted, honestly.
Now here's a question. It's kind of Okay, so if Tua does not have his injury concerns, if he went last year, didn't get hurt, do you think Joe Burrow still the clear number 1 pick?
No,
if Tua has a healthy junior year, if he has a healthy junior year, is he still the number 1 pick?
I think Tua gets picked number 1 based on the resume. He has more on it, and he would have had 3 years of starting experience. So yeah, I would say it would have been Tua for sure. But those injuries, we'll see. We'll see what happens at heck. Washington might just go out and take Tua.
Yeah. No, I don't see that happening.
You never know. Hey, the new regime there, they might want their quarterback.
I just saw a plot twist on Twitter. Plot twist: the Bengals are taking Tua. Imagine that this whole time. How mad would they be?
It'd be pretty insane.
Yeah, they don't get the Ohio guy.
And see, that's another plus, especially if you're a team in the Midwest, like the Browns, for instance, the Bengals going out and getting Ohio State guys. I'm
Yeah.
all for it because those guys are familiar with the area. They've lived there for 3-4 years before they go pro. They'll live there for probably 4 or 5 years on that, with that team. They might not want to move out to Miami, but you go out and get a guy from USC, Miami, any of those Florida teams. They enjoy their nice weather, and it's hard to keep those guys. And I think that's a problem with some of these teams trying to keep their own players, especially if you play outdoors. Like the Vikings can keep their guys, the Lions can keep their guys, but coincidentally enough, the Bengals, the Browns, have a hard time doing it. One, I mean, I guess it's because they suck pretty much every year, but two, it's I think the weather plays a part in it.
Right. So as you can see on my TV, that the Bengals just selected Joe Burrow. So we kind of already knew that. I don't know why the hell they took so long. Oh wait, they do it for the ratings. I'm sorry.
So we know. You got to get 2 commercials in there before the pick's made while they're on the clock.
Ooh. He's going to be a bust.
Papa Loons with shots fired, huh?
He's gonna be. I don't know. He has the talent, but I don't think he really has a team.
You're only as good as the guys around you. Yeah, you can push those guys a little bit, but that team is trash.
Yeah, they're pretty bad. Like even if they do produce some offense this year, they have Joe Mixon in the backfield. They have AJ Green at wide receiver. They have John Ross at wide receiver. They have Boyd at wide receiver. They could put up points, but I think what holds them back is their defense. That offense could go out there and put up 30 points, but then their defense is going to give up 42. It is what it is. It's you look at that division, you got the Ravens, that's 2 losses. You got the Steelers. Steelers have an elite defense that nobody talks about for whatever reason. Their defense is elite. That's another 2 losses. Now that's 4 automatic losses. They probably split with the Browns just because of the Browns, even though the Browns should sweep them. They'll probably split that. Now you're at 5 losses.
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're sitting in the same seat as they are this year. And again, that's why I'm a part of the captain trade down for them, but it's definitely not going to happen.
Right.
I mean, you look at what it did for the Chargers when they traded back from Michael Vick. They got LT, Sean Merriman, and I want to say Drew Brees from those picks. And, they were able to build their team around. They were able to rebuild their team and have just fresh blood. And it was like a from the ground up type thing. But we shall see what happens with the Bengals. I would foresee us talking next year, probably discussing the same team picking number 1.
Yeah, for sure. I just don't see it. I just don't see how he takes them to an instant contender.
He won't at all. But whether you even make them respectable is another question you can have. Are they going to be respectable? Even, with him there, there's just not enough weapons there. There's no defense there. Yeah. All those players that are on the defense are getting older, so that team needs a full rebuild, and taking a quarterback at 1 when you could potentially leverage that pick to build your team, in my opinion, is a mistake. Although I do understand quarterback is the most important position, and you go and get that guy if you think he's a franchise player, but they're 2 or 3 years away at the very least, and they're just not going to get where they need to be with Burrow, I don't think, in his tenure.
Yeah, it's cool. cool for them, for their fan base to get an intriguing talent like Joe Burrow. But it's just, I don't know if Zach Taylor showed he's that coach either. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe he might have just got a job because of the McVay connection. I don't know if he showed he's that guy.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder. It's pretty funny because he got a job based off the McVay's offense. We know that was McVay's offense, and the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs cannot get a job, a head coaching job. And you could argue that's probably Andy Reid's offense. How much say does he have? But it's funny how Taylor gets it and the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs doesn't.
Yeah. They really, I just saw on Twitter saying, from a Redskins fan saying, thank God that the Redskins pick second because they are dragging this thing out. It's about the ratings. They're trying to get as many views as possible.
Yeah, I would have to assume it's Chase Young.
Oh, look how cute Joe Burrow is wearing a 740 shirt.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't it people say that he should have. What's your thought on this? People say he should have told the Bengals, no, I'm not going there because of how poorly they're ran as an organization.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I say that somewhat jokingly, but at the same time, I don't. Okay, it looks like the pick is in. Chase Young seems to be the guy.
Yep. See here, just running through Twitter.
I don't know if that is his dad, but that guy is one large human individual or one large individual. That guy is a monster. No wonder where he gets his size from.
Yeah, and I just saw from Bob Wischusen, I believe his name, said, let's get the Redskins Chase Young pick out the way so we could really begin this draft. And I agree 100%.
Yep. That's where it gets fun. Ron Rivera, that defense might be absolutely insane. They might not even need a cornerback out there, honestly.
Where?
The Redskins.
Oh, yeah.
They have an insane defense with now Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Kerrigan, Payne, Allen. It's gonna be a beastly defensive front seven.
Yeah. I feel when you go into a team, you got to have that identity as for a new coach. And that's what Ron Rivera is. And that identity is that front line.
Oh,
if
for sure.
Burrow doesn't have the season he has, Chase Young goes first overall to the Bengals. So Redskins kind of look out here by getting a guy like Chase Young. Hopefully they could get better quarterback play and see what happens.
Yeah, Ron Rivera was an ace pickup for them as a head coach. That was probably the smartest move they've made in probably 20 years. Yeah, that was a great move for them. He brings a definitely a intensity to that team, and it also brings they have actual like a real scheme. They're not changing every 6 months like they were before. That front seven's gonna be really good. That defense might be top 10 defense next year.
Yeah, it's with Chase Young is what I relate it to is. You had guys like Nick Bosa and Joey Bosa go to that school, and Chase Young breaks the all-time sacks record. That impresses me. That automatically makes me want to pick the guy. It's insane what he was able to do there, and I believe what he does translates very easily.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, obviously Urban Meyer wasn't there last year, but Urban Meyer built a strong team. He knows talent, obviously. So, I mean, the guys that he recruits, he knows what he can get out of them, and he gets the best coaches to position coaches to teach these guys. These defensive ends are coming out of college with more than one pass rush move, and we'll get into that later with some of these other draft picks and prospects. But there's a lot of defensive ends that have 3-4 years of college experience, and they have one pass rush move. And it's
Yeah.
just these guys are coming with a full array of ability to get to the quarterback, a diversity in their pass rush, obviously talent and size and explosion to get there too, but they develop them extremely well. And to your point, you see Bosa, but the Bosa brothers get drafted high and the success they're having. There's no reason to think Chase Young won't do the same thing.
Yeah. Chase Young is he's just an animal. Look at him. It's insane what he could do on the field. He could stay with the running backs. He has the athleticism to drop back in coverage. If you ask him to, I wouldn't. I would ask him just to get the quarterback every single damn time.
Yep.
But he does have that potential. This is a homer. Like they hit a home run with Chase Young here.
Oh, for sure. He is. They're comparing him to Clowney, although I think he is a lot more skilled than Clowney is.
No.
I think he has the same freak athleticism. He's just a more skilled player.
It's with Clowney, he disappears on tape.
Right.
I don't see that in Chase Young.
But that's because he doesn't have many pass rush moves, or he doesn't know when to use them. So he gets stalled at the line of scrimmage. And honestly, I don't even know if there's much want in his play a lot of the time. You know, he's fine with just being held up at the line of scrimmage. There's no reason a guy that big, strong, athletic should be manhandled by anybody in the NFL. On, more times than not, he should be in the backfield.
I get they're trying to relate him to like a freakish athlete. I would relate him more towards the Myles Garrett than Jadeveon Clowney.
100%.
But that's ESPN for you.
100%.
That's why I don't really watch it, but it was what I was able to put on in the background there.
Look at Patricia. Patricia's on the screen looking at his phone. I'm watching NFL Network on my side.
What do you think Patricia's looking at?
They're making their pick.
The Lions pick is in. Means they didn't trade. That means Jeff Okudah should be the guy.
Okudah is the pick.
Yep, Okudah's the pick. So the Detroit Lions select Jeff Okudah, cornerback out of Ohio State. Now, talking about Ohio State, they have two defenders going in the first round now. Back to back, second and third overall in the first round.
It's a powerhouse. That is one powerhouse, and they're continuing to build that there. I know this isn't a college football program, but they are on pace right now to have the best recruiting class ever since they've been keeping score. So they're a powerhouse. They definitely have an eye for talent, and they have no problem getting them.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jeff Okudah is definitely a really good player.
I always felt like it was typical Lions to not trade out of this pick. It was typical Lions to not get any value and have to just pick the third overall straight up when you could have got that guy at 4 or 5, 6 or whatever.
Yeah, and like I said, if I was the owner of that team, I would be taking the helm on this pick and getting leverage for, either one more picks this year or more picks this year and next year, because at the end of the day, I don't think Patricia is going to be picking next year. So why are we giving him all the leverage on building our team for the future when in reality he's probably not going to be there?
Yeah. See what happens here. And now, so we got the Giants on the clock. Now I find this interesting. this is the first pick that you say, okay,
Where
what
do
are
they
they
go?
going to do here?
Yep.
Because I think everyone had it penciled in as far as what the top three were going. If you didn't have this as your top three, then you shouldn't probably be doing mock drafts. As Cameron said, according to his mock, he hasn't missed a pick.
Nice.
Yeah, me, you, and a million other people, Cameron. But good job, though.
Yeah, so the fourth pick I think is going to be the trickiest pick. Do they go for offensive tackle, which they desperately need? They've invested the second pick 2 years ago in Barkley, and I believe Daniel Jones went 6th last year. So you invested two top 10 picks in who's going to be in your offensive backfield.
Yeah.
You need guys to block for them.
Yeah.
But I will say this, they do like their freak of nature athletes. That's a big reason why they took Barkley where they took him. Daniel Jones was a good athlete for a quarterback. Not great, but a good athlete.
Yeah.
Simmons at 4 might be it.
If I'm the Lions, I'm going Simmons. I'm not missing out on him.
The Lions or the Giants?
Excuse me, the Giants. If I'm the Giants, I'm 100% going Simmons here.
If I'm the Giants, I'm protecting my backfield, but I don't think they are. And the other question, do they go with a guy that's most NFL ready, which is Andrew Thomas, or do they go with a guy like Jedrick Wills, who is more of a project?
Giants are getting Jedrick Wills.
Are they? The pick is in, huh?
Yeah.
So they go with the higher upside, more of a project guy.
Yep.
It's not a bad pick. They need all the talent they can get, and they need to be able to protect their franchise, which is always your quarterback.
Yeah. So I thought they were going Simmons. Now that makes me interested. How far does Simmons drop?
Maybe he goes the next pick. Maybe he doesn't. Are we sure that the Dolphins are going to actually go quarterback here? He wouldn't look bad on that defense with Byron Jones. They got Van Noy too, right?
They got Van Noy.
Byron Jones. You'd have some solid athleticism right there. And then you have Xavier Howard on the other side.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I just don't see them taking Simmons here. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants the quarterback.
Right.
They have 3 first-round picks. Maybe they go Herbert. The word is Herbert is their guy if they're going quarterback. Maybe that's all fluff, and they're hoping that somebody would make a dumb mistake to move up.
The way this draft is going out, no way you take Herbert.
Yeah, but in my opinion, there's no way you pass up on Simmons.
Giants did. Aren't you happy?
So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have passed up on Simmons. I mean, I get it. Okudah, cornerback is the more valuable position than a linebacker. So they didn't necessarily make the wrong pick. Yeah. But I think Simmons is a once-in-a-generation type talent.
Right.
Whether he lives up to that, we'll soon find out. But he's a talent you don't want to pass up on. The Giants, again, that could have easily been their pick, but I see why they went offensive line. Miami, I just think that, with the Tua injury concerns, whether you're concerned or not, that everybody has their own opinion. But Simmons on that defense, if Flores wants to build that defense, Simmons would look awfully nice right there.
Look at that. What does it say on your TV? The pick's not even in on my TV, and we already have the pick here. How awesome is that?
It's pretty awesome. You're spoiling the pick, man. You're spoiling the pick.
Nah, just not
Getting ahead of
sugarcoating
it.
it. Not sugarcoating it like the NFL does.
There you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
you gotta get ahead somehow. So
Yeah. Like they want to show it 10 minutes after, but we already know.
yeah, what are we even looking at? All these lights. It looks like it's people, but we know it's not.
Yeah. They're basically doing the same thing on us. Webcam. That's NFL Draft 2020. Year to remember.
Yeah, not to remember.
So where do you see Simmons? So you're saying Simmons Miami now?
I don't think it's going to be Miami. I don't know. I would love to see Miami. I don't see it. I don't see it happening. I think they're going to go quarterback. All the wouldn't be my decision.
Man, if Tua falls in the Chargers' lap, my God, that
Very
would
well
be
could happen.
insane.
It'd be a perfect pick for the Chargers. Like I mentioned before, Southern California has a huge Polynesian connection there. There's a ton of Polynesians there. They're the huge following. They follow their football players, and there's a lot of pride there. He would definitely put some butts in the seats. They couldn't do that the last 3 years or however long they've been out of San Diego. So he would be a great pick for them.
Right.
That those new Charger jerseys will definitely sell quick with Tua on the back.
Hey, do you think Dolphins fans would be mad if they don't get Tua here?
Probably. They're
They
so
have that.
they're so desperate for a quarterback. They haven't had one in who knows how long. That's the
They had.
sad. It's like the Browns. Every quarterback they draft is the next great quarterback, and it never pans out. The
Yeah.
Dolphins are in the same position.
Yeah. It's.
I almost threw up.
Jeez.
I just saw Mel Kiper on NFL Network.
He's so bad. See, I'm just checking Twitter feed here, seeing if the Dolphins. Wow, Dolphins are about to be on the clock. They're not even on the clock yet, and we already know the pick for the Giants.
Let's see if we do. No, we don't. It's Andrew Thomas.
No, it's
You're,
not.
yeah, it is. The pick's in. Andrew Thomas is offensive tackle. For we got bamboozled, guys.
We got bamboozled on Twitter.
Nice. Good job, Twitter. The internet never lies.
Lied this time.
Exactly. Good pick. This is like I said before. Do you go Andrew Thomas, who is the guy that can go in right away and be a solid left tackle and be your franchise left tackle for the next 10, 12 years? Whether he'll ever be a perennial Pro Bowl offensive tackle, I'm not sure, but he will
Right.
definitely be a very good left tackle.
Right.
Wills is a prospect or a project, excuse me. He's a little bit more raw,
Mm-hmm.
and he kind of fits more on the right side than the left side. But he's a guy that has, I think, people view him as more potential long term. So they went with the athlete.
Right. That's a huge surprise. I did not see Andrew Thomas going fourth overall.
I did. There's been a lot of talk about he was their guy. And that's why I was surprised they went with Wills. If they were going offensive tackle, but this makes sense. Andrew Thomas is definitely he's a ready-made guy to fit in that offense.
Yeah, but my thing is he doesn't really block too well in space, and that's going to affect your running back, and that's your centerpiece in your offense, Saquon Barkley.
True, but
So,
I'm not a bad pick. I'm not mad. What we have definitely found out is do not trust Twitter.
yeah, I just got told fake news.
Yeah, after the fact, great job. Um,
Well, I took it from a verified account. That's the thing. Maybe I should have did more digging into it.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Maybe
Actually, it kind of made it a little bit more fun. We got to talk a little bit more about it, and we got our legs cut out from under us for jumping the gun. Well done, NFL.
Yeah, can you believe we're barely on pick number 5 right now?
I can somewhat. They always drag their feet on these things. I'm actually surprised it's been running as smooth as it is. I thought we would see 20 minutes before the first pick was taken on the clock because there was a technical difficulty.
Yeah, they couldn't live feed into the house.
21 starting quarterbacks. Jeez.
Is he putting on a mask? He's being extra right now. Why is Gettleman putting on a mask indoors in his own house?
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe someone had a direct feed to Gettleman in his notebook, and they thought they heard Wills, but they heard Thomas because the mask muffled the noise.
Got it. I'll pretend that makes sense.
It makes zero sense. It just felt right at the time. Let's see. Is Tua the next pick?
How much time's on the clock there for you?
3.5.
Yeah, I still don't see anything about the pick yet.
So Flores is sitting there with his two boys, not on the phone. Who's making these picks? If it's the owner, then I bet you it's Tua.
It's the GM making the pick.
Yeah, the GM, but I mean, well, I guess it's different this year. They're in their own house. This is there goes the GM right there. He's not on the phone either. Maybe the pick's already in. They're just milking the time.
Maybe.
Pick is in. Yep.
Pick is in. Okay. Let's see what pops up here on my Twitter feed. See if I could
Let's see if we got 0 for 2 off Twitter.
We're not 0 for 2. Or 0 for 1.
Well, we're 0 for 1. Let's see if we got 0 for 2 by what Twitter says. I'm looking at my Twitter. Somebody put, "Why was Gettleman putting on a mask?"
Yeah. Stupid.
Oh my god. I do not love the Giants. All right, so I'm gonna say it's Tua, although I feel it should be Simmons, but they're so desperate for a quarterback. It's gonna be
Tua.
It's gonna be Herbert. That's who it's gonna be. It should be Tua.
I believe from everything I'm seeing, I believe it is Tua here going to the Dolphins. It's not coming up sooner as most recent drafts, but Tua's definitely going to the Dolphins. I'm not going to put it down yet. Dolphins take Tua.
Pick is in. It's official.
Dolphins take Tua. Wow, I thought they were going to screw that one up.
Well, we'll see in 3 years how he holds up. Hopefully he does, because I mean, I want to see every team be competitive. It makes things a lot more fun than watching some cheap team on Thursday night, like the Bengals.
Jesus.
The Bengals versus the Dolphins. That would be an amazing game. You have Tua against Burrow, although I think the Dolphins are vastly improved. All right, the selection. Let's see.
Tua. Yep.
Tua. It is. Yep. Nice. I mean, I'm sure plenty of people have questions about his health. That's definitely going to be there, but he's no doubt the second best quarterback. And you can argue he might be the first best quarterback and would have been one overall if it wasn't for that freak injury.
Yeah, he certainly could have.
And getting him at 5, not having to give up any draft capital, especially for a team like the Dolphins that have so many draft picks in the top 100, they did well with that pick if he can just stay healthy.
Now the question is, do the Chargers go take offensive tackle, or do they go take Herbert? I'm not taking Herbert here at this spot.
I think it's going to be hard to get. Again, I put it all about the Spanos are all about their money. It's the reason why they left San Diego in the first place. I'm a little salty about that. It is what it is, but I think it's going to be hard to get people into your stadium with Tyrod Taylor as your quarterback. At least you have a young, up and coming star quarterback, whether you actually believe that or not. You bring a little bit more excitement into season tickets.
I think the Chargers messed up by not trading up to 3 and grabbing Tua.
Yeah,
I think that was a huge mistake.
yeah, they could have done that, and I'm assuming the Lions wanted too much to move into that pick, and they just weren't going to do it because I mean they would have been picking right here and had Okudah. I don't think there's any way the Giants or the Dolphins would have taken Okudah. I think they just wanted too much, and teams just said, "Screw it, I'm not going there."
And you can't really go Simmons here either. I feel like for the
No,
Chargers,
that would be insane. Actually, him and Derwin James and that and Bosa, but no, I don't think they go there. It's either going to be Herbert or an offensive lineman or an offensive tackle. I don't see them going wide receiver either. They got Keenan Allen, Mike Williams.
if I'm the 49ers, I'm okay with how this is turning out so far.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if Herbert doesn't go here at 6.
if he does not,
Oh, if he the fact I feel like the 49ers benefit if you have an offensive tackle not selected in this spot for the Chargers.
if you do have an offensive tackle, I think
Not taken.
Okay, that way they go in that 8, 9, 10 range.
Yeah, it gives the Jets an opportunity to take one of the top 4 tackles and not basically have the top 4 gone and then have the Jets select Jerry Jeudy CeeDee Lamb, and then Raiders will pick whoever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it makes much of a difference. Although if Herbert doesn't go here, Carolina seems like they're in full tank mode. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback. Arizona is definitely not taking a quarterback. You have the Jaguars. Do they take a quarterback? If not, does he fall past 13?
I don't think they should. I feel like if you're the Jaguars and you were going to take a quarterback, you would have never traded Foles.
No, they paid Foles too much money. We've seen what Foles does outside of playing for the Eagles, and it never works. So they saw what they got in what Foles was going to bring them, and they got rid of him and swallowed a bunch of money in the process.
Right.
They're definitely kind of looking to rebuild that team.
Right. Jaguars, I don't know. They have so many damn holes. They could go anywhere, literally. Anywhere.
And there again, I mean, that would be, let's see. So you have the Chargers, the Panthers. I think the Panthers, if Simmons is on the board, he's gone there. That's going to be the pick. He played at Clemson in South Carolina.
For who?
Simmons, he played for
No,
Clemson.
no.
The Panthers.
Oh yeah. He would 100% go to the Panthers there. They just had Keith Lee retire.
Exactly, and he's a plug and play linebacker for them. So let's see. Pick is in for the Chargers. This is going to be a pivotal pick for the draft in at least the top 10.
Yeah. This is huge.
Geno Smith.
Let's see here.
What's Twitter say?
Back-to-back QB posted by Zach Klein on Twitter. NFL Insider, Herbert going to the Chargers.
Yep. Like I said, you're not putting butts in the seat with Tyrod Taylor. Whether you believe Herbert is a guy or not, and I don't know if the Chargers actually believe he's a guy either. But they need a quarterback.
So to answer your question, Tyga, is I did not see. For me, I wouldn't have Herbert going here, but that's what the Chargers are doing. They're going to go ahead and take Herbert and have him as a QB of the future. Let Tyrod Taylor kind of marinate him, and I would still 100% start Tyrod Taylor this year.
I think Tyrod Taylor has 6 weeks in him, and then he's going to go back to the bench. Tyrod Taylor doesn't have the arm strength and doesn't go through his progressions for that offense to click. Keenan Allen is really good underneath, and he's going to get open, and he's going to be a beneficiary of a Tyrod Taylor. But Mike Williams, a guy that likes to get deep and go get those jump balls, you're not going to see the best Mike Williams, and you're not going to see the best offense. Herbert gives you that deep throwing ability that's going to open things up for that offense.
Yeah, and we'll see. We'll see what happens with the Chargers. Justin Herbert, obviously, when you have receivers like Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, and then you got Hunter Henry at tight end, Eckler receiving back out of the backfield, you got things set up for you. It's just he wouldn't be my guy. I would let the draft play out, because after the Chargers, who necessarily needs a quarterback?
Yeah, exactly. That was why this was a big pick, because he might have dropped into maybe your lap. That might have been a good position for you guys to be in, although it really doesn't get interesting until the Raiders, I don't think they go for him at the early draft pick they have, but that second draft pick at 19, that would have been a interesting spot for him.
Yeah,
and all those teams behind them, that the Patriots, you had the Saints, you have like I said, the Raiders. Those would have been guys that might have been willing to jump up. Me being a Cowboys fan, that would have been a great situation to be in, having a guy like Herbert there at 17.
I love Herbert getting as a 49er fan. I love Herbert getting chosen here. The reason why it benefits the 49ers is because now you have 3 quarterbacks off the board. You would assume 4 offensive tackles are going to be off the board. That's 7 picks. Simmons, 8. What's his name? That went to the Redskins. Chase Young, 9. Okuda, 10. So, and you're at pick 13. It kind of just helps you out there.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, if you're not drafting a position and there's zero need for that position, you want as many of those guys to go ahead of you as possible. So, Jordan Love, bring him on. Let's get him before 17 too, or I'm sure you guys would love to see him go before 13. Just drop more talent to you.
Yeah. There you go. Somebody agrees with you.
That's a first. What I do right.
Week 9, Herbert will be starting.
Yeah, I think so. I it might even be sooner than that. Like I said, Tyrod Taylor's a decent backup if you need him to play a game or two. He's not necessarily going to lose you games, but he's not necessarily going to win you games either. So he's a good player if you are in a sticky situation with an injury or something. But he's not a guy that they're ready to win. That's a talented team. They just they need to put it all together, and that's been the Chargers' problem for the history of the Chargers. So
Yeah. See what happens. Now we got the Panthers on the board. I would assume that this has to be Isaiah Simmons here.
I would put all my money on this being Simmons, although it's not going to be much money. Let's be frank, but yeah, it would be a smart pick for them to go Simmons here.
Yeah, I just they could definitely go D tackle here. I don't value the D tackle that much. Isaiah Simmons is that guy we spoke about earlier. Plays multiple positions. He played college football in the area. Everybody knows about him there. You take that guy.
Absolutely, he's a elite athlete and potentially a transcending talent at a position that's definitely evolved over the last couple years to having a guy that could come up and stuff the run game, but also get out and play some coverage too. So he's exactly what you need in 2020 for a linebacker.
For whatever reason, it seems like Isaiah Simmons might be slipping.
Let's bring him down to 17. Let's go, baby. 17.
Not happening.
Yeah.
But Derek Brown.
Stupidest pick in the draft.
Derek Brown. That's who the Panthers are going with here.
I'll tell you this. Tua can get injured, a career-ending injury in week 1, and Derek Brown would still be the worst value pick in this draft.
Wow.
Really, really, really bad pick. Watch, with my luck, he's going to have a Hall of Fame career. Even though if he had a Hall of Fame career as a one tech or a nose tackle, he'd probably still not bring the value of the 8th pick. The nose tackle and a one technique are not valued in the draft. And that's why you have guys like Danny Shelton that see their rookie contract, or if they're lucky, they see their rookie contracts, and outside of that, they're going elsewhere and making about $5 million a year because it's not a valued position.
Right.
You can go out in free agency and take those guys left and right. You had Danny Shelton go. You had Andrew Billings. You had a bunch of free agents that were one techs and nose tackles this year in the draft. Linval Joseph, Damon Snacks Harrison is still available. Don Terry Poe signed a 2-year contract. These guys are just, the position is not a valuable one. It's slightly more valuable than running back, but not much.
I'm shocked they didn't go Isaiah Simmons here.
Bad pick.
Like, I'm kind of speechless on it. My God. Now, as a 49er fan, I was loving the way this draft was going. Isaiah Simmons could land in the Cardinals' lap.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad pick either. They're another team that needs talent on their defense.
Yeah, they could obviously go offensive tackle here, since Kyler Murray was the most sacked quarterback in the league. But I feel like when you have a talent like Isaiah Simmons sitting there, you got to shore up the defense. You're playing against a Kyle Shanahan schemed offense in San Francisco. You're playing against Russell Wilson in Seattle and a McVay schemed offense in Los Angeles. So Isaiah Simmons helps you against your division. Offensive tackle, you may, if you're lucky, be able to shore that up in the second round there.
I will say this though, I've been on the Simmons bandwagon for like the last 3 picks, and I would love to see him go, but middle linebacker is another one of those positions that doesn't necessarily have the high end value that you want out of a top 10 pick. You can get guys in the second and third round, and I think 6 out of the 10 top linebackers, and that was counting Kuechly, were second and third day picks. So that's another position you can find later in the draft and be more than happy with the value there.
Yeah.
Yep, Derek Brown. Twitter's back on their game.
There it is.
So
let me down once. Let me down once.
Not a huge fan. But it is what it is. They made that decision. Arizona Cardinals, I think they go offensive tackle. Their head coach is honestly they might go defense, but I think it would be maybe someone along the lines of maybe Kinlaw. Although there are some concerns about knees and hips with Kinlaw. So he's a guy that, depending on how you feel about the medicals, can go right here, or he can go late in the first. Although I don't know if he gets outside of the first. I haven't heard anything that is degenerative as far as the injuries. So he might be a guy that goes here, or might be a faller. Because in my opinion, he's the best defensive tackle in this draft. He's a guy that can get you close to double-digit sacks. So he's a penetrator, where Derek Brown is more of a hold the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. And I know the media is going to hype up, Derek Brown, but I would rather have Kinlaw, because for me, he does more in my passing game. He plays well in the running, and he plays well in the passing, so it's two-dimensional rather than just let me go ahead and get a guy that's going to fill the gap.
Yep, exactly. I need a guy. If I'm picking a guy in the top 10 that's on the defensive line, that guy better get after the quarterback. If I am going to get a guy that's just going to hold the line of scrimmage, and that's great. Like, I can get him in the second, third round. I'm more than happy to get Davin Hamilton out of Ohio State in the second or third round than I would be taking somebody in the top 10.
Yeah. And we got Tyga again. He said the Cardinals lost McCoy and Poe, so that's why they did that. They also lost Luke K. Isaiah Simmons should have been the pick, and I agree 100%. There's no reason to take Derek Brown over Isaiah Simmons. Isaiah Simmons just does more in the defense.
No doubt.
You can ask him to do something. He'll go get it done, whether it's the safety or the linebacker position.
Or he can move out in the slot, and you don't even have to take a guy off the field, because he can literally just move over and play your slot wide receiver. That's how dynamic this guy is. There's no reason they should have not taken him. But when Derek Brown is a free agent in 4 or 5 years, like most one techniques and nose tackles are, where Simmons is a 10-year player. Well, you can't even say that with middle linebackers. Middle linebackers is actually turning into the new running back. But I just think Simmons is a once-in-a-generation type talent. You don't pass up on a guy like that. Yeah. even though the value at the position tells you differently, he's one that you make the exception for.
Yeah. I'm just upset that the Cardinals are going to go get Isaiah Simmons. That's just my gut feeling here. I haven't seen anything to confirm that, but
pick is in.
Pick is in.
I say it's who do we have off the board? We have one offensive tackle off the board.
Yeah, one offensive tackle off the board.
Worse or Kinlaw? Man, look at that house, dude, in Arizona. That house is probably $200,000.
Yeah. You want to know what I could get in San Diego for $200,000?
Half a bedroom studio. A shack in the back of someone's yard, or in someone's backyard. 2020. Let's see.
So it looks like the Cardinals got Isaiah Simmons.
They did take Simmons. Good for them. That was a good pick.
Jesus, I hate that pick. Hate that pick so much just because I believe he's an absolute stud, and now you're putting him in our position, our division.
Yep. No, the guy's a monster, man. He's a once in a generation type athlete. You don't pass on a guy like that.
No.
Is like Derwin James when he fell. Derwin James should have never fallen to this. What was it, 17?
Yeah.
And the Cowboys should have never let him fall to 17 and get picked. They should have moved up and gotten him, but they didn't, and they got Van Der Esch, who played good as a rookie. We'll see if that neck is good, and that's another topic. But that was a known issue before they drafted him.
Yeah, it's as a Niner fan, I'm hating this pick right now. I think he's just an absolute stud. Zone run scheme. You know, he's going to be able to go sideline to sideline with it, and then with Jimmy Garoppolo, majority of the way Shanahan likes to scheme that up, it's in between the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's where Isaiah Simmons is going to be positioned, is in between the numbers.
Yep. Yeah, he's gonna be a force there for sure.
But we'll see what happens. It's, you know, they're more than just a linebacker away from being a talented defense. So
they need to fix that.
I'm not saying that they're going to be, you know, too crazy.
No, but that's the type of talent you definitely don't want to see within your division. So, he's definitely a really good player. Whether they build around it, that's a player you build around. That's for sure. So whether they do that or not, that's going to be the big question on what they do moving forward. They got their receivers. I don't think they get rid of Christian Kirk, or they should at least. But they, I think that offense, outside of maybe getting an offensive tackle later in the draft, maybe trying to trade for Trent Williams, that might be an option for them.
Yeah. He's definitely a guy that's out there.
That would be something, a way they can shore up the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
But this was a home run pick for me.
Yeah, I feel that's a great job bringing that up. I feel like Trent Williams is a lock to be a Cardinal at this point. Where are they going to offer a fourth and be able to get that job done?
He's not, based on everything I've been reading, he's not going to play for the Redskins. That is done. So
yeah, no way he's going back.
The question is
Washington.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Browns are a team that's been reported that are interested in trading for him. Do they make that pick, or do they pick?
The way this draft is turning out, they're going to take a tackle.
I think it's going to be a tackle as well. This is definitely set up perfectly for them.
And then we have.
So the Jaguars are on the clock now.
I feel like the way this turned out, they gotta go get Tristan Wirfs. In my book, the best offensive tackle in this draft.
Yeah, they can definitely go and get him. Another player that they might be interested in is CJ Henderson. They need cornerbacks. They got rid of Bouye, and they got rid of Jalen Ramsey. Cornerback is a position of need. CJ Henderson has been getting a lot of top 10 buzz. Is this the pick he comes off the board?
Yeah. Now I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here, and so that everyone can see here. I got the picks over here. As far as here, I got on the board, I got Wirfs, Willis Jr., Becton, CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, and just seeing there what's at the top. For me, my pick would be Tristan Wirfs. When you got someone that could block from Iowa, you take them every time. And I don't think the Jaguars were sitting here at 9 expecting to get the top offensive tackle off the board.
Right. Unless it's Robert Gallery,
You
then
guys
you
all.
might have a problem there. But no, Tristan Wirth is amazing athlete for the position. At the very least, he's going to be a Pro Bowl offensive guard, in my opinion. So if it doesn't fit at tackle, you have a Pro Bowl offensive guard. You can argue we overpaid for a guard. That's fine, but at least you got good value at the end of the day. I mean, Brandon Scherf went, I think, 8th overall, 9th overall, maybe a 7th actually.
Look what just happened. I'm going to add it on the board here.
I'm intrigued.
CJ Henderson going to the Jags there at 9.
Yep.
Confirms.
Called it. Yep, I figured that would be the pick. So who do we have at 10? You got Conklin. Are we convinced that Tristan Wirfs can play left tackle, or is he a right tackle?
I believe he can. I don't see why he couldn't.
Go to offensive tackle on your little board there.
Let me just get this in real quick.
I'm calling Wills is still available, right?
Yeah.
I'm calling Wills here. I think he's going to be the next tackle off the board.
I'm just shocked by what the Jaguars did there. Obviously, corner was a need. CJ Henderson, like I said, there's a big drop off after CJ Henderson. And I'm just shocked that they went corner instead of getting an offensive tackle. You traded away a quarterback because you believe Minshew could be good. And you look by the numbers last year, Minshew did play well. And there's no doubt that I believe he could have done better if he had better protection. So I'm just shocked.
Yep.
This is good for the 49ers. If I'm the 49ers, I'm ecstatic right now. Because now you got Browns going tackle, Jets going tackle, and we'll see what the Raiders do. Raiders is definitely not going corner at 12. I'll tell you that much.
The Raiders are not going. Sorry, what? Tackle?
Yeah, they're not going tackle or corner. They're going to go receiver. CeeDee Lamb to the Raiders.
CeeDee Lamb, if he's there at 12, that's hands down the pick. No doubt about it.
Is the pick in on your side yet?
Selection. Yeah, the pick's in.
Okay. I was wondering how far ahead we were.
CJ Henderson is the pick. We're nailing picks here, guys. Let's go. Let's keep it going.
Yes. We got it accurate this time. It's like 5 in a row for us now.
Yeah, we're doing all right. No, I don't think I called Derek Brown, but that might have been just out of spite because I don't think that's a good pick. But
I was saying as far as when I posted it here, that's like
yeah,
5.
Yeah, no, we're moving. Brown's pick is in.
Already, huh?
Yep. I think they knew who they wanted. What do you
it's got to
think
be an
about
offensive
Mekhi
tackle.
Becton? What do you think about Becton here? He's probably not the most talented guy, but he is a true left tackle. Wills, you can argue whether he's a right tackle. I would say Wirfs is a right tackle. Becton is hands down a left tackle. He has the size and the length that they covet there. I think it might be Becton.
I believe they go tackle here. You don't turn into pick this early without going tackle. Because there's nobody else. Like, they don't turn it in that quick for, say, CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they knew who they were going to pick all along, and the guy fell to their lap, and they put the pick in.
Perfect. So, what we got here is we got the Browns waiting for a selection, seeing who they grab. I believe it would be an offensive tackle. They obviously turned it in way faster, and that's what they're going here. They're going Tristan Wirfs. I got that confirmed from Iowa, offensive tackle. It's a great pick. It's definitely what they needed for Baker Mayfield. I don't think his career is washed like most people think. I believe I've been a fan of his since he was at Oklahoma. It's just he has that swagger, that dog at QB that you want. He's an awkward leader, but he does have all that confidence to where people truly believe into him. And so that's what you do. You spend a first overall pick on Baker Mayfield. The worst thing you could do is not get him an offensive tackle. That's you're doing a negative investment at that point. So great pick here by the Browns, and it's my favorite offensive tackle coming into this draft. I'm gonna plug that in here for you guys so that it's on the screen. Okay, so we're gonna keep this going here. Once again, don't forget to subscribe because I will at the end of the draft be announcing winners for a $50 gift card to Fanatics. As you can see, I have the Fanatics advertisement there on my draft board to where you could buy anything of your favorite team, whether it's a sweater, a hat, signed autographs, and or stuff for the kids. So it's definitely a great thing to go ahead and comment here, subscribe here, so that you have a chance to win. So Browns announced their pick, and now we're waiting on number 11, the New York Jets. I see them going offensive tackle as well. I don't see why they wouldn't. So we'll just go ahead and wait here. I'm waiting for confirmation. I have not seen anything yet. So that's not my fault. That's a tweet from, I'm going to show you guys here in a second. Jedrick Wells is the one selected. Look at this. It's Jedrick Wells, but I have confirmation that it's not on me. NFL Insider Dov Kleeman. He went ahead and posted that it's Tristan Wirfs, and he was wrong. Not me this time. I don't think we could hear you, Eddie.
There we go.
Right.
I didn't see the fit with Wirfs. I think he is a true right tackle, not a left tackle. They need a left tackle. Conklin is not moving to the left side. So Wills definitely makes a lot of sense there. I thought Becton, although I think Wills is a better player than Becton, but Becton definitely is a left tackle. So good pick. And they're looking to solidify and give Mayfield some protection. If he doesn't get it done this year, they're probably going to be in the quarterback market again next year. They've invested some resources to the O-line now.
Right. So as you can see there, I posted, and it's not on me. Dov Kleiman went ahead and posted that, and he said Tristan Wirfs, and he got the names mixed up.
Come on, man, get it right. Let's get it right. Twitter, we're 2 for 6 on Twitter. I don't know if that number is accurate, but it felt right.
Yeah.
All right, the Jets are on the clock. Do they protect Sam Darnold? Do they give Sam Darnold a weapon to throw to? Outside of those two options, I don't see it being anywhere else. So we have all the receivers on the board. We have Becton, Tristan Wirfs available. They got options here to fill in the two biggest needs on that offense.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's great to get the receivers, but you need to have some protection to throw to those receivers. Look at last year; he had no protection, and he, as he said in his own words, we're seeing ghost against the New England Patriots there.
Yep. Yep.
So if I have
They
a quarterback that's on the field saying he's seeing ghost, then I'm getting him an offensive tackle, not receivers.
Oh yeah, for sure. No doubt about it. I would definitely go offensive line here, although I will say CeeDee Lamb is the highest rated player on my board.
CeeDee Lamb, yeah, like that still helps, but
No, I know. I mean, it's definitely it's kind of picking the guy that's probably going to give you less impact, although he has the highest upside, is taking a wide receiver over an offensive tackle. I think you can go Wirfs or Becton here, and you're going to get a good. Like I said, I don't know if Wirfs is going to be a Pro Bowl type offensive tackle. I think he's most certainly going to be a Pro Bowl type offensive guard. Becton, I don't know if he'll be a Pro Bowl player, but he's going to more than likely be a, at minimum good offensive tackle. But CeeDee Lamb has the ability to be a top 10 wide receiver.
yeah.
So, and it's just, kind of goes to value. There's the more valuable position is wide receiver based on the position. And there's a reason why wide receivers are making $100 million and offensive tackles aren't. But at the same time, it's kind of one of those things. It's a wide receiver can do it one-on-one. An offensive tackle is a kind of graded one-on-one, but it's more so the quality of the line too.
Mm-hmm. So apparently, this is the first draft since 2015 to where 0 top 10 picks were traded. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm surprised. I thought there'd be a lot more, but I think people drafting from their house and not having their whole, management team in one room to get it done, and it being the first year of them doing it, I think a lot of teams are scared of just any type of hiccups with their internet, with getting to, the other teams, getting that information relayed to the league office, all that type of stuff. Getting all that done is a lot to do, especially if not everybody's in the same room. So I'm not all that surprised. I'm surprised it's actually gone as smooth as it has. There hasn't been any total disasters of picks not getting in, but we still have a couple hours tonight for that to happen.
Yeah, like if the Raiders go CeeDee Lamb, I could definitely see the 49ers trading back and still possibly getting Judy. Who knows? I know the Broncos do like Henry Ruggs a lot. What if they decide to move up to 13 by way, say, the 49ers say, hey, we may want to get this guy, or we have someone else calling in about him. We'll take, what do you guys want to offer? We know you want him too.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, the 49ers are sitting in a good spot. They are essentially guaranteed any one of those top 3 wide receivers. Henry Ruggs off the board to the Jets. Wow, the first wide receiver taken is Henry Ruggs.
That's, oh my God. That's
CeeDee Lamb sitting in his living room yawning.
wow. The disrespect. Henry Ruggs.
Yeah, Henry Ruggs, the next Deshaun Jackson or Darius Hayward-Bay.
Wow.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that pick, but oh no, that's actually not correct. It is Mekhi Becton. Wow, I thought they put Henry Ruggs as the selection. Mekhi Becton's the selection. There you go. So I want to give myself a pat on the back on that one, but it just made too much sense. Wow, if that's a Papa Becton is a big boy. Papa, there's some serious size in that family. We can get Papa Becton for offensive guard.
Good for Becton.
Oops. Yep, gives you your left tackle right there. Good job.
Yeah. Because there was talk, because something about like a failed test, he doesn't love the game, and just stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a diluted test. I mean, a lot of that could have been just he's a big boy. He's 364 pounds. Like, he probably, has been working harder than he's probably ever worked in his life. Let's be honest. You work harder to get drafted higher because of 40-yard dashes. So he's probably staying hydrated. And who knows how much of it's just diluted from water or whatever the case may be. But based on the AD for Louisville, he came out and said he's never failed one drug test while at Louisville. He's been a model citizen for them. Good player, good student. So everything must have checked out.
Yeah. Raiders on the clock here. Let's see what they do.
I think the Raiders go CeeDee Lamb right here. Lock it in. Right? I think so. Everything I've heard, they are enamored by CeeDee Lamb. Although I will say I would not be surprised if it actually was Ruggs here. Although I think he's very similar to what they already have in Tyrell Williams.
Yeah, it's got to be Lamb. It has to be.
Although I wouldn't be surprised if it was Judy either. But they got rid of Amari Cooper, and they're almost the same players. I think Cooper's more talented and better, but yeah, Judy's very much the same player as far as what he does on the field.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Raiders got rid of Amari Cooper because they didn't like him as what he does on the field per se. They just didn't like the intensity and the want to. I mean, he checks out of games. We've seen it with the Cowboys this year. Being a Cowboys fan, I wasn't the biggest fan of giving him $100 million, especially in a deep draft class, but I thought they could have went and secured 3 or 4 different holes on that defense in free agency and then come into the draft today and said, we can go out and get whoever the hell we want because we don't have any holes.
Yeah.
Obviously that wasn't the case, but yeah, I think CeeDee Lamb is their guy. This is
they're going to take Henry Ruggs.
No, they're not. No way.
Raiders are taking Ruggs.
No way. That would be an awful move by them, but it is the Raiders.
The Raiders are going to take Ruggs. Love it. CeeDee Lamb to the Niners. Let's go. Come on.
That would be a great pick for the 49ers. Let's see it.
It's got to be. Ooh, behind that. That's insane. I'm so stoked.
All right. So we have any comments after this pick is in? Any hot topics that the viewers want to get to or want answers to?
Let us know what you think about that pick.
I still don't,
over CeeDee Lamb.
I still don't believe it. I got to see this on the screen to believe it. The sources have been slightly off. And I do not see here it is.
Yes, Tyga, as you've seen, the wide receiver run is going to start now, and I believe the 49ers are going to go next with CeeDee Lamb. They have to.
All right, let's see. The selection. We're about to hear it.
It's Henry Ruggs, bro.
Henry Ruggs. Wow. Can't believe it.
It's the Raiders. What'd you expect?
Henry Ruggs looks like he can't even believe it.
He's like,
Wait,
someone chose me over the better receiver on my team and Jerry Jeudy.
someone chose me over Lamb?
Like what? Like I'm not even that good. Are you guys sure?
Yeah, that's it. I don't even know what to say. It is what it is. Well, the 49ers almost can't back out now.
Jesus, like
you just got a top 8.
What's going on with Tristan Wirfs?
No, I don't think anything. Just people value left tackles over right tackles, and I don't see anything wrong with them. I just think that it's going to be one of those things that they want their franchise guy this high in the draft to be a left tackle. Tristan Wirfs might go to the Tampa Bay next after you guys.
I'm saying that there might be a trade for where the Niners trade out and somebody go Tristan Wirfs.
You're seeing that, or that's what you would like to see?
No, that's something I heard.
Maybe. Hey, I'm not gonna lie though. Ruggs' dunking ability is nasty.
Yeah, he should be able to dunk.
That dude's he looked like Westbrook out there. Probably has no jumper too, but.
Our question is Jeudy injury prone? No, he's not. I heard Saban today say the guy hasn't even missed a practice or workout. So he's not injury prone. I honestly don't know where those knee rumors came out from.
Probably Jerry Jones trying to get his guy to fall. Jerry Jones throwing some stuff out there.
Right. Mark Cooper,
Yeah, exactly. I will say this though, that if Jeudy were to fall to 17, he would be in a pretty interesting player because he can play inside and outside. So could Cooper. It would give some versatility to that offense, but I don't see him falling past 15. Although Denver might be more interested, and you guys might be more interested than Jefferson because he fits your guys' needs.
Yeah, like
offense.
I would prefer CeeDee Lamb over Jefferson. Obviously, he's my number one receiver on the board. But if we traded back with, say, Tampa or Denver, CeeDee Lamb could still possibly be there. Denver might take him out, honestly. I would love to just go back one with Tampa and give me a 4. Or say we have other offers. What are you going to give us?
Yeah, Denver would be interesting. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys went Jefferson here over Lamb. I think he's the better fit.
Yeah. So I share the draft board here with you guys, and as you can see, Fanatics there on the left side of the screen. I will be giving out a $50 gift card and a $25 gift card at the end of the draft today. So make sure that you will be commenting. So I can obviously recognize that you're watching the show. Also subscribe. So I look at the board here and I see CeeDee Lamb. I'm taking that. But also the trade down. I would trade down one with Tampa, one spot, whether if it's even a 5th round pick. I really don't care because they're not taking CeeDee Lamb away.
Yeah. There's a lot of good choices here. I think obviously the receivers are going to be intriguing for you guys.
Jerry Jones or Jerry Jeudy?
Yeah, Jerry Jones or Jeudy.
And then we also got Niners wanted Ruggs. They could trade back here, but should take Lamb.
You know,
Absolutely. 49ers and Falcons are talking trade. 49ers are sliding back with the Bucks. Your boy called it here first. Let's go. What did I tell you?
what are
They're
they
going
getting in
back to
return?
the Bucks.
What are the Bucks going to get? A receiver?
They're going to go get Tristan Wirfs.
I can see that, I guess. I mean, depending on what they gave up, probably not much, but
I called it, dude. They're going to go back one spot and get CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's their guy.
hey, they're the king of one spot dropbacks, huh? Mitch
Yeah,
Trubisky.
They did that with Mitch and got a third out of it.
Jesus. Wow. Trade alert. The first trade of the night.
I want to know. 49ers moving down a spot with Tampa. Bucks will likely target Tristan Wirfs. Niners now own number 14.
That is not a bad trade. Still, you have all your options basically that you were going to consider before.
I just want to know. I want to hear the comments. Did you guys hear me call that one down trade with the Bucks? I want to see if you guys heard that. I said the 49ers need to go down with the Bucks, no matter if it's even a 5th round pick. Go down one.
I'm looking at the board and it shows, you better hope this is a typo. It shows Tampa Bay 13 and Tampa Bay 14.
No, it's a typo. 49ers are getting 14.
Oh, man, that would be a disaster.
Wow. So 49ers are getting 14 and 117.
Okay. What draft pick did you guys get Kittle at?
And the 49ers, we got them in the 5th.
Fifth round.
And the Bucks are getting 13th, and the 49ers last 7th round pick. So I believe that's 245. Let me go ahead and put it in here. So 14, 13, 117, and 246. So I was off by one.
So they're getting there.
Great
Yep,
trade.
you gotta block for your guy, Tom Brady.
Great trade for the 49ers there. Move down one spot, so you still get CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy. Honestly, Jerry Jeudy fits their offense. He's a bigger, stronger Emmanuel Sanders. Just the way he runs routes, not much after the couch, but he can do some. CeeDee Lamb, he's just the guy I want. Like I said, he turns a 10-yard out into a 30-yard play. My number one receiver on the board.
No doubt, he's the number one wide receiver in the draft, in my opinion. Obviously, the NFL does not see it that way with Ruggs going number one, but like I said, we'll see if Ruggs is the next Deshaun Jackson. Although I wouldn't say that is worth taking a guy in the top 15, or if he is the next Darius Hayward Bay, which isn't worth taking in the top 15 either. But yeah, that was a bit of a reach, and it's funny because all the reports I've seen was they are locked in Oakland, that is, in Lamb.
Yeah.
So they threw out some good smoke out there. There was
So Bucks are gonna get Tristan Wirfs.
Nice. Well, good for them. That was a pick we all expected as far as them going after offensive tackle.
Yeah. So I know we looked at it as signing a guy like Tom Brady obviously puts the stability of the team long term in a hinder, because you got to build now. You can't go make picks like a Jordan Love. You can't go take that at 13 because you got this window now with Tom Brady. But Tristan Wirfs is still a foundation piece that you can still have in there regardless if it's Tom Brady or somebody else in 3 years.
No doubt. Like I said, he'll be if he doesn't pan out at offensive tackle, you probably have yourself a Pro Bowl offensive guard. So you can do worse there.
Mm-hmm. So once again, 49ers they moved down one spot to 14, and they're getting pick 117 from the Buccaneers, and they obviously gave up their 13th overall pick as well as their last pick in the 7th round, which was 246. So they picked up a 4th round pick in the process, which that is something they did not own in this draft.
Yeah, I mean they definitely need picks, and Lynch has actually shown the ability to find guys outside of the first round and that are absolute studs. Kittle, Wagner, the linebacker Greenlaw, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
Greenlaw was a 5th round pick last year.
so I mean he's found guys late in the draft that panned out very well for them and have actually been foundational pieces for their team.
I'm just excited that they took that same trade down that I said. Go down one spot, you still get CeeDee Lamb. Bucks are obviously taking a tackle. They're not taking CeeDee Lamb, so it works out in your benefit. I said a 5th. They ended up getting a 4th, so they did one round better than what I said.
Yeah. Stack them picks up. I mean, heck, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to trade back again. There's so many wide receivers in this draft, and we've only seen one come off the board that you could probably feel pretty comfortable that you're going to get some studs later than you expected, because most people expected at least 2 to be off by this point, if not all 3 of those top guys.
Yeah.
So you guys have 5 minutes until you pick. And I'm trying to figure out what us Cowboys are doing or looking to get.
Cowboys, the way that's looking is they still have Chase on there.
I'm all on board. Bring him on. I know. Although, like I said, if Lamb's there, I doubt he will be. But if some way, somehow he's still there, go get him. Go up and get him. If it costs a 4th to move up one spot. If he's there at 15, if he makes it past this pick, although Denver might take him, I would be more than happy to move up. But yeah, if he moves past here, the Cowboys are guaranteed to get one of the top 3 players on their board. Chason, Judy, or Lamb. So this is rounding out quite well for the Cowboys. Well, we got to see what happens with this pick. This pick actually could eliminate that, but I think
you're looking at 2 receivers and probably Kinlaw with the Falcons.
If Kinlaw goes to the Falcons, yeah, it's exactly what Cowboys fans want to see.
Mm-hmm. That's what I would assume. I would assume Falcons are probably targeting Kinlaw.
Although, like I said before, there are teams that are concerned about the knee and the hip of Kinlaw. So don't be surprised if he does drop to somewhere in the mid-20s, if not a little bit lower in the draft. Although I don't think he's going to fall out of the first round.
Yeah. I believe that for this to be a really deep draft, in more of the skilled positions parts, so picking up that 4th round pick is huge. I could see some cornerbacks being on the board. Like, we'll go ahead and look through here as far as which cornerbacks. I could see one guy I like down here is Reggie Robinson
It's
from
my boy.
Tulsa. He has the size and the athleticism to play that cover 3 scheme that the 49ers do on defense. Michael Ohimedio. How do you? I don't know. I struggled there.
Oh yeah. I don't know either.
As well,
We'll just say Michael. Michael
Mike,
O.
Michael O. here from Iowa, as well as Dane Jackson from Pittsburgh is also a name to look out on. He
He's
has good
nice.
size on the outside. So that's what trading down there helps out the 49ers picking up that 4th round pick is now you don't have to stress so much and just hope that one of those corners sit there until your 15th or until your 5th round pick.
Yeah, it's definitely. I thought you guys would. I think I wouldn't be surprised if you guys trade back. What if the Cowboys came up to 14 and they took Lamb? You guys need day 2 picks. If they gave you 82, that would probably be about the right draft compensation. Considering 1 pick is a 4th, I think a 3rd would get it done.
So we got a comment here from Matt Thomas saying the Niners should trade back again with Denver. They're going receiver with all the top tackles off the board. The thing is, you do that with Denver, they could take the guy that you want. 49ers either want Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb. That's why they only moved down 1 spot. If they didn't want one of those 2 receivers, they would have moved down further and probably picked up a better pick, which they probably could have got a 3rd if they moved down further. But I believe they only went down 1 spot because one of those 2 players are their guy. That's why you don't make that trade with Denver is because Denver could end up taking the guy you want.
Pick is in. Trade talks is gone. Let's see who the pick is. What's the Twitter world saying about this pick?
Haven't seen it. Haven't seen nothing come in yet.
They keep on confusing me by doing these cutscenes to these players in their house.
The last thing I've seen is the 49ers want more picks, but nothing as far as trade has materialized.
What if you guys went Kinlaw to take what's his name spot that you guys just traded Buckner?
Yeah, I don't see that with Kinlaw though.
No, but he's another guy to play in the middle.
Yeah, but I believe I could get that later in the draft, whether it's Jordan Elliott or Ross Blacklock.
Oh, dude, Jordan Elliott that's my guy right there. What if you got Chase on to be your to fill that D Ford role since you guys are going to get rid of him in a year anyways?
Well, fuck, it's Kinlaw.
Is it Kinlaw?
It's Kinlaw.
I figured that would fill that, and that sets us up, us Cowboys fans. This is the perfect scenario. You have 3 picks. We have 3 picks. 3. You know, I'm not going to even go there until I see the pick. Hold on, timeout.
Javon Kinlaw. All right.
Okay. Perfect. All right, so I'm just going to say this, and then we'll talk about that pick. This is the perfect scenario for the Cowboys. I don't think the Cowboys are going to draft a defensive tackle in the 1st round. With that being said, I think Kinlaw is an amazing talent, and he's a potential 10-sack guy from the middle of your defense. He would have been great for the Cowboys. I think he's going to be great for the 49ers, but we have now a shot at Lamb, Jeudy, or Chason. So, Kinlaw, what's your thoughts on Kinlaw?
Well, Kinlaw, my thoughts is the 49ers usually rush with 4 defensive linemen against 5 offensive linemen. So usually someone's going to get double teamed. Usually it's someone in the middle with the center. So the way it would have been now would have been kind of like a DJ Jones and Eric Armstead on early downs, and then passing situations don't really have much. It probably would have been Solomon Thomas, and Eric Armstead. But now with the draft of Kinlaw, they were able to help themselves out, shore themselves up, because Solomon Thomas is not going to beat a double team, and Eric Armstead does not beat a double team. The reason why Eric Armstead led the 49ers in sacks last season is because he was able to have DeForest Buckner take on those double teams. As far as when the center looks who to double team, they go to DeForest Buckner every time over Eric Armstead. So now when you get a guy like Javon Kinlaw, yes, Eric Armstead's not going to beat that double team, but Javon Kinlaw can surely still get to that quarterback in a quickness when he's one-on-one with somebody. So I think that's what they were looking. That's their identity, and I think they were looking to keep that same identity. I don't think they were looking to like switch it up completely.
Yep, and that's exactly why I think they took Kinlaw. Is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So it worked out. It got him to the Super Bowl. That defense was firing in all cylinders. It's go get your guy. Go get the guy that can replace the guy that you traded for. The one downside is you're basically getting the guy you traded the pick to get. Right? So
the 49ers got Javon Kinlaw on a 4th for DeForest Buckner.
Right. So I mean that is the downside of it, but the plus side is you have a guy that's going to be under affordable contract when some of these other guys are going to be looking to get paid and unfortunately have to go elsewhere.
Yeah. Well, John Lynch was on Rich Eisen's show, and he was talking about how there's starting receivers you could find in the 6th round, and I think that's kind of where he was leaning to. Is not necessarily the 6th round, but once he makes a comment like that, that's telling me that he may not go for a first round receiver. But then also, again, it is lying season, so it could have been a bluff. It's hard to tell right now. But when you see things materialize, now you look at that comment and go, okay, he's probably not going first round receiver here.
Yeah. Yeah, you just never know, man. It's so tough reading these things. Like I said, I was willing to put money that the Raiders were going to go Lamb, and they totally did the opposite. They went after receiver, but they went after Ruggs. So I don't think that was the greatest fit, but it was definitely a move that they made. So we'll see how that pans out for the Raiders and how these other teams that picked after them do with those picks. So 15 Broncos, do they go Justin Jefferson? That might be the best fit for that offense. Let's see. The pick is in. All right. So what are the options for them? Obviously, you have the three receivers, Lamb, Judy, and I think Jefferson's a real possibility. Offensive tackle, they could definitely use an offensive tackle. Josh Jones, he's definitely one of the better left tackles, better potential left tackles in this draft. Might be a slight reach, but they totally messed up by taking Bowles a couple years ago. All right, let's see the pick. Jerry Jeudy, wide receiver, Alabama. Okay, well, you have Sutton as your big physical wide receiver on the outside. Judy's probably going to be playing more in the slot, I would imagine. He would be kind of your Emmanuel Sanders type wide receiver in that offense. I Good pick. So add some firepower to that offense. Not necessarily going to be the flyer that you want, and I'm sure Elway wanted in Ruggs. I'm sure he would have loved to see Locke connecting with Ruggs there. What do you think about this pick, Judy, to the Denver Broncos?
I think it's a great pick. He's, like I said, he's a guy that could get open and beat man-to-man coverage immediately. So you add that with Drew Lock, so you're able to get a guy open from the slot as well as the outside, beating one-on-one coverage. You double team him, then you're giving Cortland Sutton jump balls all day, which he converts at a higher than 50% rate. And then you also got Noah Fant. So I think it's a great pick for them. It's a can't miss pick. I believe it's the safest pick on the board.
Yep. I think, I mean, he's going to be a good player. There's no doubt about it. I think he's going to be an Emmanuel Sanders type player. I don't even think he's going to be Amari Cooper, but I think a good comp is Emmanuel Sanders, which is a good player. Like I'd be more than happy to have an Emmanuel Sanders on my team. So yeah, no, it's definitely a good pick. And I don't say Emmanuel Sanders because he played for the Broncos. I know that'd be a lazy comp, but his playing style is just Emmanuel Sanders.
He is a bigger, stronger, faster Emmanuel Sanders.
I don't even think he's necessary. He might be bigger, but Emmanuel Sanders played pretty tough. I don't see Jerry Jeudy playing as tough as Emmanuel Sanders, but it's a good pick. It's you got your two wide receivers for hopefully a long time there, and ideally you finally found your quarterback after Elway's 20 tries.
Yeah, and this one he didn't take in the first either.
So let's see. The Falcons are on the board. CJ Henderson, the guy that's been talked about them moving up to get, is gone. You have Lamb. They're not going wide receiver. I don't see any way they do that. You have Chason. You have Jones. You have McKinney. I'm thinking they're going Chason here.
Yeah. Yeah, with Kinlaw off the board, I kind of had Kinlaw penciled into them. But now since he's gone, they can go Chason, but I don't think that's what they necessarily need. If I'm the Falcons, I would trade back, but that's for some reason
for sure.
they think they're in a better position than they are. So just looking at their depth chart, they do have Takk McKinley. They signed Dante Fowler. They could definitely go Chason though.
Yeah,
they have Grady Jarrett. Go get Drew Brees, or excuse me, go get after Drew Brees. Go get after Tom Brady. Get another pass rusher. Make him get the ball out quick.
The Falcons, I think, might go cornerback too, although I don't think there's a cornerback you would take here over the guys that are on the board.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's tough.
Let's see here. We got some comments in. Let me go ahead and check those out. Kinlaw. Cesar loves it. Unless Jeudy falls down to 31. Well, it's kind of too late now. Our D-line is set, so we could have got D-line in the 4th round, though. Yeah, could have probably found someone there. Chason or Lamb is going to be there for Dallas. Whoa.
Yep, exactly. I think you couldn't have asked for a better situation if you're the Dallas Cowboys. Didn't panic. Didn't move up.
Falcons picked him, by the way.
They picked who?
The pick's in. It's not announced yet, but the pick's in.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You got basically the two highest players that were probably on your board. Jerry Jones loves his fast, athletic right ends, and Caleb on Chason. although he is very raw and didn't have the production you wanted out of a college player, is probably the second best edge rusher and has elite potential based on athleticism and bend and everything you want from a right end. And Lamb is, like I said, I've been saying he's a top 10 pick for me and has a superstar wide receiver potential written all over him.
So if you guys notice what I did right there, Tyga definitely hit that on the nose. The Falcons are gonna go AJ Terrell right here at 16.
So who do the Cowboys go? Do they get their right ends even though they don't have a guy, or do you go with Lamb? This is a tough situation if I'm the Cowboys. Maybe the Cowboys try to move back a pick, let somebody pick for them.
The Cowboys, I'm moving back, honestly. What do you got? Leave a comment. What should the Cowboys do? If I'm the Cowboys, I'm 100% moving back.
Yeah, this is a great position to be in because Lamb is on the board, and you have Lamb and Chase on your. I'm assuming these were the two guys when it all came down to it. Is the two guys they were hoping at least one of them dropped to.
Yeah.
And you have both of them here, which makes this very, very tough.
I would, if I'm them, I would call Minnesota.
I'm not moving back that far because then you're asked out and you get neither. I'm moving back a spot if Miami's like, hey, I want Lamb or Chase on.
I was going to say, the reason why I'm calling Minnesota is because the last thing you want is CeeDee Lamb to end up in Philly.
Yeah, that's fine. He's not. I don't think he's dropping that far. But they might move up. Who knows?
Miami certainly use CeeDee Lamb.
Why not?
Just drafted Tua, and all you really got is Devontae Parker.
Why not? Or heck, go get an offensive tackle maybe, and then
Luis thinks the Cowboys are going to get CeeDee.
CeeDee. Yeah, man, I can go either way on this one. I've been enamored with Lamb and was hoping that the pick, and I kind of talked myself into thinking there's no way in hell he's going to be there.
I didn't think he was lasting to 13 where the Niners were picking.
Yeah, and then Chason. So Chason, I adopted Chason as my second son because I knew Lamb was just not going to be there, and Chason is now there, and I don't know who to go with because I think Lamb is too good to pass up on, and Chason is more of a need, and I think he has ridiculous ceiling, but he has a lower floor.
Yeah. Cowboys.
Watch, they screw this up and go get Delpit.
I don't think everybody wants to mock them safety. I don't think that's what they need now. They signed Clinton Dix. You can certainly play with that. I don't think the two safeties here in this draft are clear-cut guys that you can't miss out on. You got he's in the start. I don't know where you really fit a rookie safety. And the Cowboys are competing for a division.
Yep. Yeah.
So you need a plug and play guy, someone you could plug in and play right away.
Yeah, man. Think about it. You have Gallup on the outside, Amari Cooper on the inside, and CeeDee Lamb, and you can mix any three of those up.
Mm-hmm.
The versatility on that offense would be ridiculous. Now, on the downside of that is they need so much damn help on offense, on defense, that you almost don't want to go wide receiver here. But I think there's no way they're going to be able to pass up on CeeDee Lamb. Plus, I don't know, man. I'll just say this: if my stream dies in about 4 minutes, it's because I smashed my computer on something, And
Yeah.
the only way we did that is if we do not pick either one of those two players.
Yeah. It's if they go now, the crappy part is signing a guy like CD Lamb. It's you just gave Amari Cooper the bag.
Again, I told you not to give him the bag. There's too many wide receivers in this draft to not to pay a guy that has played good half the season and's been missing in action about a quarter of the season, and then the other 4 games you see him here and there. I would not give that guy $100 million, and here you have it. You have a CD Lamb falling into your laps, which actually has been mocked to them about a month ago, and it kind of fell off. But damn, dudes. Hey, Jerry Jones has the dopest man cave we've seen so far.
No, Jerry Jones.
Hey, it is what it is, bro. That man cave is ridiculous.
Yeah, of course. You could get a nice man cave like that if you don't want to pay your quarterback.
Touche.
How quick was he to pay Tony Romo?
He's pretty quick on paying Tony Romo.
Yeah.
But I think I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that contract talk, but one thing I do know is they are getting some reinforcements. Which side of the ball is it going to be on? CD or Chase on? What do you guys say? Leave some more comments. We got one for CD.
I don't. I think they need to go. I think they should. It's hard to say. You go CD. No one in your division is competing with you.
Exactly. Team 40 Burger, baby. Jeff Kavanaugh, he's a Dallas Cowboys beat writer, or he works for like one of the radio stations there. He's been talking about Team 40 Burger, saying who cares about defense if you can score 40 points a game. CD Lamb is part of Team 40 Burger. Jerry Jones looks happy. Look at little Steven there.
Little Steven.
Steven Jr.
Jerry Jones could have ruined his team if it wasn't for his son.
Hey, Johnny Manziel would have been a legend for the Cowboys. He would have been the next.
Johnny Manziel, Paxton Lynch.
He would have been the Johnny Manziel would have been the freaking next GOAT if he was on the Cowboys. I'm just joking.
Tyga agrees with you. Team 40 Burger.
Team 40 Burger, baby. Woo! Let's go.
And that blocking that he brings. Yeah, CD could definitely block. That's for sure. He's a dog on the outside. That's why I have him as my number 1 receiver. And the hard part about drafting a guy like CD Lamb there is now you're going to have to pay Dak Prescott all the monies. Because there's no way you don't pay him all the monies when you have weapons like that.
Yeah, or
CD Lamb, it's happening. CD Lamb to the Cowboys.
Is it?
It is happening.
I don't know. I'm not believing it until I see it, baby. Let's go.
Team 40 Burger. That is 100%. That's annoying. As a 49er fan, we got to play the Cowboys this year.
Team 40 Burger, baby.
And now we got to see.
Hey, dude, Jerry Jones talks too damn long. Get this pick in, baby. Let's go.
I think that's why he's so damn happy, because he was not expecting to get CD Lamb.
Dude, there's no way you could expect to get CD Lamb here.
There he goes. I'm just going to throw this up because I know you love it.
It's going to be something stupid, but go for it.
No, I threw it up. Team 40 Burger.
Okay. All right. Team 40 Burger, baby.
Wow, that's insane. I was not expecting that.
Wow. What a perfect scenario. Hey, if I'm the Cowboys, if Chason drops, I'm moving up, baby. Go get Chason. I don't care if we have another pick this draft. Go get Chason. You got CeeDee Lamb. You got your 40 burger. You got your pass rusher for the future. Who cares? I'll go sign 200 undrafted free agents and hope a couple of them hit.
Now imagine if they go sign my boy, what is it, Harrison Bryant?
And they could then they'd be team 60 burger, baby.
Jesus. If you guys haven't seen FAU tight end Harrison Bryant, look him up. Look up his game film against Ohio State. He had some noticeable drops, but if you look at his routes, he had Okuda turn around on a corner post. It's insane what he can do at tight end. He reminds me of a slim Travis Kelce. Put up 1,000 yards last year in college at tight end. Jesus, CeeDee Lamb to the Cowboys. Wow.
It's ridiculous, dude. You want to talk about winning the situation. Like I don't want to beat this drum because I'm a Cowboys fan. Okay, maybe I do slightly, but the point is that the two guys that, like I said, had to have been highest on their board fell in their lap. You're lucky if you get one of your guys to fall in your lap at 17. They got both of them.
Yeah.
So, all right, man. Let's move on. I can go on about this all day, but we got to talk about these other teams. We got the Miami Dolphins on the clock. I think okay, dude, stop showing Jerry Jones. You're gonna keep on going back to CD. Speaking of Jones, Josh Jones, offensive tackle, Houston. They get Tua. They need a block Tua. They've invested on their defense. Go get a guy that's going to block for Tua, whether Tua plays this year or next year. Get some guys now. Josh Jones, offensive tackle, Houston should be the pick at 18.
They 100% need a block for Tua. Tiger thinks Dak is signing his deal tomorrow now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's like, okay, man, or he might not and say, you know what, I might just play this year out. You guys already franchised me. What am I'm going to put up freaking Mahomes numbers with this receiving core.
I think he's saying he might sign his franchise tomorrow.
Oh, franchise, yeah, maybe. Yeah,
he might sign that franchise in 5 minutes.
Hey, bro, if I'm Dak, I'm not signing anything right now. I'll wait till midway in the season when I have 30 touchdowns by week 8.
Well, the franchise, yeah, you sign that franchise absolutely right now.
No, the franchise for sure, but I'm saying I'm not signing
all the money. You can miss the playoffs and still get all the monies because with that receiving core, he's going to put up maybe for like 4,500 yards.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. I'm not signing a long-term deal until at least midway through the season when I have like 30 touchdowns. I'm being somewhat sarcastic on that, but he's dude, he's in a great situation. If I'm Jerry Jones, I'm going out and signing a quarterback in free agents, undrafted free agent, and seeing what he could do in preseason with these guys.
Yeah.
See,
I say Josh Jones here for the Dolphins. What do you think?
Yep, that's what I said. Josh Jones makes too much sense here. Although some teams are saying Austin Jackson, offensive tackle for USC, is going to go higher than what you think. Another guy, I guess, to keep your eye on is Ezra Cleveland. I guess a lot of teams are enamored by his athleticism. He did play at Boise, so he didn't get the attention that these other guys got. But at the same time, he didn't play the same competition these other guys did either, and neither did Houston for the most part. But two guys to keep your eye on is Ezra Cleveland and Josh Jones here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Josh Jones. I believe Ezra Cleveland is someone they could go get at 26, not 18. So I'll go Josh Jones.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Who else? And then you got the Raiders coming back up at 19. They already took Henry Ruggs.
I think they go Kenneth Murray for some reason, or maybe they'll Christian Fulton.
They just get a lot. They paid a lot of money for
Yeah,
linebacker.
but they make dumb decisions. They take Henry Ruggs over CD Lamb. So
Right. I believe their safety position is fine. They got Abram. They signed Demarius Randall and Jeff Heath. So you got 2 guys there.
oh man, if they got Jeff Heath, then they're in trouble. I'll tell you firsthand.
That's why
Maybe they do need a safety.
That's why they also signed Demarius Randall. And they also have LaMarcus Joyner there at safety as well.
Yeah, I think Christian Fulton might be a guy to keep your eye on.
From what I hear, they like Jaylon Johnson a lot. I don't know if they take him, but that's from what I hear. They like him a lot.
See that?
So I could see the Raiders going Jaylon Johnson. We'll see. And Dolphins are reportedly going to select Austin Jackson. So,
all right. So I did mention him.
We got the position. Wrong player, but we got the position.
I did mention him slightly. I didn't think that was going to be the pick, but yeah, Austin Jackson, extremely athletic offensive tackle.
That's your boy. Talk about him.
20 years old. He's probably had the best athleticism and feet of the offensive tackles in this draft. With that maybe outside of Tristan Wirfs, so I'll back up a little bit, but he is a true left tackle versus a right tackle. With that being said, though, I do think that he needs to build some strength and he needs to get nastier. He's your legitimate pass blocking left tackle, but he needs to work on that punch because sometimes that punch, AJ Epinesa actually took advantage of him in the Holiday Bowl. So he's a work in progress, but he does have top potential in maybe a couple years once he adds some strength there.
Yeah, I like you select Tua. His concern is obviously health. I kind of feel like at 18 you have to go offensive tackle.
Yep.
So I like that pick. I'm all for it. I had them getting offensive tackle here. But I think with 26 they could go shore up defense, or unless a guy like Justin Jefferson falls in their lap, I feel like you got to go get him.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good pick. Although I don't know if he's the most ready out of the 3 guys that or the other 2 guys we discussed, but it's definitely a position they needed. Las Vegas. What did you say your pick was for Vegas here?
My sneaky pick here is Jaylon Johnson.
Okay.
From what I hear, they like him.
Yeah, Jaylon is definitely a good pick. I like Jaylon actually a lot. I think they're going to go Fulton though. Mayock likes guys that are from championship caliber teams. We saw it last year with what's his name? Farrell from Clemson.
Yep.
And I think they're going to do the same thing here with Christian Fulton.
Yep. Yeah. So we both agree here on the cornerback position, and we'll see. We'll see which one's correct. So I'm throwing down our predictions here for the Raiders pick. Go ahead and comment and let us know your guys' prediction and see where we go from there. What about my 49ers? Do you think we pick again in this first round, or
nah?
We're certainly trading back. How far? Houston?
Houston's talking about coming up. I can see that. Let's see. Let's see what we got. What's cooking? 31. I think you kind of want to be at the top of that second round, though, like at least in the first 5 picks.
Well, they're at what, 40? Houston.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know if you want to fall outside of the 5, but
I feel like John Lynch wants pick, so he he wants to get at least the most spot. He wants to pick up a third. He picked himself up a fourth, and now he's gonna want himself a third. He's gonna use 31 to get him he's gonna trade back into the 2. So he's gonna pick himself up a third, and that's that 40th pick gets you a third. I don't know if anything before 40 gets you a third.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, if they want to get a pick in the second round or second day, excuse me, then you probably have to bounce to around the 10 area or 10th pick in the second round. So that seems about right. So the Jets went offensive tackle. They're picking 16th in the second round. Maybe you move back that far and maybe get maybe a 4th round pick, a 3rd and a 4th, or a 3rd and a 5th, something like that.
I'm just surprised as Kyle Shanahan knows his receivers, and he just did not see it from Jerry Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb. He's like, nope, I'm good.
Well, I think he sees the value too. Is like, look, we're not going to, and this is the big thing in my scare about Chason is you're not going to get another pass rusher that's that high quality after Chason's gone. The drop off is significant. So with wide receiver, the drop off, and even the interior defensive lineman, I think Jordan Elliott is very high on my list. I actually have him as a 1-2 grade. So he's my second highest rated. Who do they go with?
Reportedly, I'm not going to put it in yet because it's kind of too hard to believe. Solid player, but certainly early for a top 19 pick is Damon Arnett from Ohio State, cornerback.
Yeah, he's a good player. If it wasn't for the off the field issues, he would probably be a 1st round selection. So I'm actually not mad with the pick. And I guess the report on him is he has some serious off the field stuff in the past, but the dude freaking loves football, and that's the only reason why he's going as high as they were talking the second round. Surprising he's going as high as the 1st though.
Oh, 1st round. I'm shocked. Yeah, I was hearing his name in the 2nd round, but 1st round, top 19 pick. I did not see that.
Diamond Arnett, yeah. Well, good player. High, yes, but the Raiders pick who they pick. They don't care what other people rank them and have them scheduled to go. They're going to go get whatever guy they like. And it's either going to work or it's not.
Yeah, it's.
But you know what? They're willing. The one thing I will give them is, and I mean, they also have this luxury. It's almost like the Jerry Jones type situation. The owner of the Raiders isn't going to fire Gruden. He has zero to worry about as far as his job.
Yeah.
And the same, I think, with Mayock.
Yeah. It's just how I see that is I always try to value things. If that's my guy, I'm going to go ahead and just trade back.
Yep, I agree.
Like, I don't even care if it's a 5th round pick. I'm just going to go trade back because no one's certainly going to pick him in the 1st round.
Right. I agree. That was definitely something they could have done and should have done. The more the merrier when it comes to drafting, because you're not going to always get it right, whether it's injuries, whether it's the player's just not that good for whatever reason. You want to have more cracks at it. So they've had plenty of cracks at drafting. They've had a ton of picks over the last couple of years.
Yeah,
and they go Ruggs and they go Arnett.
Yeah, I would have trade back. Like, I don't care what you give me. Give me a 6th. I don't care. I'm not taking Damon Arnett clearly at 19.
Yeah, but I mean, look what they've done. They took Ruggs and they took Arnett. They
Right.
obviously, the way they grade is totally different than how we grade, and most of these other databases and companies like PFF that grade all these different things grade it totally different from how the Raiders grade it. No one saw them picking Farrell with the fourth pick last year.
Yeah.
And
No,
nobody
not
saw
at
them
all.
taking Ruggs over Judy or Lamb, and nobody saw them taking Damon Arnett in the first round. But they grade things their own way. And honestly, I like Mayock. I think he does a great job. His way of evaluating and the way he talks about players, his knowledge. So they might be right. We might just be wrong. We'll see. We'll see in a year or two.
Yeah.
But let me give me 1 second. I'm going to turn the light on, guys. It's getting a little dark over here. I thought I was in a black hole for a second with this whole Raiders pick stuff going on.
This next one coming up is going to be interesting because I feel like the Jacksonville Jaguars could literally go all over the place. I don't think it's necessarily set on one location. They should honestly go best on the board, which would be Chase on. They're gonna lose their edge rusher in Nagatwe. Because he obviously doesn't want to be there. There's obviously trust loss. And as soon as I say it, I get a notification that they're going to go ahead and go take Chase on.
Got it. Yeah, good pick. Yeah, I a little sad to see him go there, but I was hoping he fell to 51, but that wasn't realistic, obviously. But yeah, no, good pick for the Jaguars there. They go and get who they feel is their guy in CJ Henderson. And then they go and then they have Chase on. This is kind of the range people saw him going in. So, good player. They added two of the best athletes in this draft to their defense.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was my thing. Now they got Chase on, and then they took what's his name, Josh Allen, last year.
Yep.
So you got two guys that can set the edge, and that just helps out so much for them. We'll see what happens. As far as the rest of their draft goes and the rest of how they're going to construct this team, but solid pick. It's definitely, I feel like he's one of those low floor guys. Yeah, the negative on him was, he didn't turn it on until the end of the season. But how I look at it is, okay, so Chase on didn't turn it on until it counted the most.
Exactly. So I mean, you can look at it, both ways. Whether he turned it on when it mattered the most, or why did it take so long for him to turn it on? The talent and the athleticism and the bend and everything is there. He has everything you need for him to be what you want from a pass rushing right end or outside linebacker. Just can he put it together for 16 games now? That's the question.
Right. So what are you doing here right now if you're the Eagles? I'm saying Justin Jefferson, hands down.
Have to.
Yeah.
You have to. Yeah.
I hope not.
Unless they need to fill that Jenkins role.
I hope
I
not.
don't see it. I hope so, because I think at best Xavier McKinney is an above average player or above average safety in the NFL. So me being a Cowboys fan, bring it on. Go get McKinney here, and he can get torched by Lamb all day.
Well, no, I'm saying I hope that they don't get Jefferson.
Oh yeah, no, I hope they don't get Jefferson either.
you're gonna have 40. It's gonna be a 40 burger game against each other.
Oh, for sure, yeah. But we're gonna win 42-40.
See, you guys think Jags take Jefferson? Sorry, I didn't see that until now. I don't. Yeah, I was going Chase on there with the Jags all the way. They're losing Yannick Ngakwe, so I saw them definitely going on the edge. They could have literally took Jefferson if they wanted. They could go all over the place. I don't think Jefferson really fits what they're doing there because they got a slot receiver already. So I just thought Chase on was a clear pick. And then, as Raul said, Justin Jefferson for sure to the Eagles. I don't see how they don't get him. It'll be interesting.
You see the tier right here? The pick is in Chase on. You see that tier? Okay, well, if you don't see it, it might not be there, but that one hurts. But I'm glad he went to the Jaguars.
That one hurts. Let me go see who you guys got. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sure that hurts.
Well, I wanted two players. With the 17th pick, I wanted us to select two players, but you can't do that, I guess. But yeah, 21. I think they go Jefferson. They need a receiver, and they need a guy that's not 6'5", can't run, and is always injured.
I feel like you're talking about Alshon Jeffrey.
Alshon Jeffrey, Whiteside can't run. Like, yeah, they need a guy that can actually run and get open. Damn, dude, Chase on so nice.
They barely showed on TV.
Yeah, I need some highlights. I got DirecTV. We're about 10 minutes behind, but it's all good.
I'm streaming, so I'm about further behind.
No, there you go. You're about 25 minutes behind. But yeah, Chase on's a good pick. Justin Jefferson, I would anticipate being the pick, although I would not be surprised if they get someone like McKinney.
He needs that guy. When I say that, Carson Wentz needs that guy that he could throw to that's going to be consistent. That's going to be Justin Jefferson. He could run every round in the book. He's an amazing blocker. He does whatever he needs to at an excellent level. So I would highly anticipate it be Justin Jefferson. And I feel like if they don't go Justin Jefferson, then they just screwed up this pick.
Yep. Based on what they need and what's available. You know who is another guy, though? I will say this, Rager. I would not be surprised if they went Rager here.
They can. They can. I'm still in that same boat. If you're going to go Rager, you might as well trade back and take Rager.
Yeah, but Rager will probably go 22 go here. That's the thing.
Because he reminds you of I'll let you say it.
No, he reminds me of Diggs. He's a small guy that plays big and can get open. They get open differently. Diggs is better route runner. Rager's faster, but they both get open and they both can go up and get it, and they're really, really good once they get the ball in their hand.
Yeah, and I feel like they may put some Cowboys may put some pressure on the Eagles here, to where the Eagles might go corner. Like my corner right now would be Fulton. They could go Fulton. I wouldn't be surprised if Cowboys put that pressure on them. If they're like, crap,
it's gonna be McKinney.
Now we got to play against Gallup, Cooper, and CD Lamb.
I think it's gonna be McKinney, dude. That's my let's put a little thing on the board. McKinney at 21. I'm going out on a limb here, but I think
changing your pick.
No, I think McKinney is going to be the guy for some reason. I don't know. I just think it. Oh, Jefferson's on the phone.
They took your guy.
I was actually gonna flip my pick and go McKinney, but I'll say I thought they were gonna go McKinney
Took your
wholeheartedly.
guy right here. You ready?
Yeah.
It's happening. I'll wait till it's official, but that from what I've seen, that's going to be the pick.
Jordan Elliott.
No.
I'd be really pissed if it was Jordan Elliott, actually.
So you see where that blue button says draft. They're going to take Jalen Rieger.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yep.
That's still the same situation as I said earlier, that I'll go ahead and trade down and take Jalen Rieger. I wouldn't necessarily take him out of the true 21 spot.
I don't think he would have gone past 22, honestly. The guy's too electric, dude. I don't think he ran a 4.2, whatever, 8, whatever his thing said, but I know he's faster than 4.47.
Yeah. So Tiger wants to know who can be a number one receiver, Jefferson or Rieger. I believe they both can. Honestly, I don't see too much to where it tells me they both can't. I think Jefferson can because he'll get a lot of opportunity. He's one of those high volume guys. He doesn't necessarily get a lot of yards per catch, but if you give him targets, he'll make the catch, and he's consistent. Jalen Rieger, he could take the top off the defense more than Jefferson can, though.
See, it's funny because I look at it differently. I don't see Tyreek Hill as a number one type of receiver, right? Like, he's really good at what he does, but he's not a volume guy, right? So he's not going to, you can't depend on him every single game to be your, and this is the same with Amari Cooper. You can't depend on him every single game. That's my guy. Like, he's going to get 6 catches, 80 yards at the very least. That's what I consider a number one guy. I look at Tyreek Hill as a number 2, borderline 1. He's going to have games where he puts up 200 yards and 3 touchdowns, but he'll have a game where he puts up 3 catches and 30 yards. So I think Rager's going to be that one, has the potential to be that 2-1 type of guy, mainly a 2, but every once in a while you'll see glimpses of 1. And Jefferson, I think, is going to be a very, very good number 2 or a committee wide receiver.
Right. Well, let's see here. We got another comment. Where's Jordan Love landing? Maybe with the Colts and learn under Rivers. That would be great for Jordan Love to go to Colts. They have a great system there with Frank Reich, and he could certainly learn under Rivers, and they could get draft compensation by trading Jacoby Brissett. But New England, as in baseball terms, well, New England's on deck. Right now, Minnesota's in the batter's box. New England's on deck. And I think that's where Jordan Love's going to land. I feel like if you're in Bill Belichick's position, you can't just pass up on a Jordan Love. You've seen what Patrick Mahomes has done in the AFC the past 2 years, and there's just too much similarities to pass on Jordan Love as far as what they can do with the arm talent. So they have a good OC in Josh McDaniels there that can certainly coach up a guy like Jordan Love. So I see that's where he would go, is 23 to New England.
I say he goes in the next 3 picks, which obviously the Vikings aren't considered one of them, but I think he can go to either the Dolphins or the Patriots. Or sorry, not the Dolphins. Sorry, the Patriots or the Saints. And the Saints, they have a win now team, and that team is very young. Do you want to just keep on going through and not miss a beat? Have a quarterback on an affordable contract for 4 years, and when Drew Brees hangs it up in a year from now, hopefully you're just keeping it moving forward.
Yeah, and if the Vikings didn't pay Kirk Cousins all that money this offseason, that could have been a spot for Jordan Love as well. But
yeah, that's a no-go.
Yeah, but I
Keep
get,
now.
I guess the Vikings just like being complacent. But I believe it's New England. If it's not New England, then the Saints have to take Jordan Love. They have to learn under one of the greatest quarterbacks of Drew Brees. They look at the Swiss Army knife there. What's his name? Taysom Hill. He's what 30 years old. He's not your quarterback of the future. You haven't really seen what he do in the NFL with his arm. So you can't just say that's your guy. I think it's nice to say because you know he's not your guy and you know you're going to use him as a Swiss Army knife. Obviously Teddy Bridgewater walked. So he's either going 23 or 24. My guess would be 23.
My guess the Vikings pick is in. They go Justin Jefferson. He gets open. He has some speed. He's has some route running skills. I think he goes 22 here. I will say if Jalen Johnson's on the board, he's probably going to be a lock for 25.
Yeah. He certainly could be, or Fulton.
I don't think Fulton really fits the style that Zimmer likes to run. Jalen Johnson is a lot more physical and can play up at the line of scrimmage.
Now imagine if the 49ers trade back into the second round and then go draft Brian Edwards out of South Carolina. That means you took Deebo Samuel, Javon Kinlaw, and Brian Edwards all from South Carolina.
The way this draft is landing, you're going to be able, unless there's a huge run of wide receivers, Brian Edwards is going to fall to the third round, although you guys don't have a third round pick. But
right,
yeah, he's gonna fall. There's so much wide receiver talent in this draft. That's why I think the receivers fell the way they did. But
you could, like I said, trade back with Houston, and you can certainly get that pick, that third round pick.
yeah, no, definitely.
Wow, Patriots trade out of their pick.
Wow, that's a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what they always do.
Do I get a mulligan for saying he's going to go on the next 3 picks for because they traded back, or no? That's a no-go. Actually, who traded up with him?
The Chargers.
Well, they're not going Love. That's for sure. They're going offensive tackle.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at who's on the board here. I believe it's Josh Jones still on the board. That's where they're going. Josh Jones.
They traded a Coon. Nope. I'm actually willing to bet they're going to go Ezra Cleveland.
30, so it's 37 and 23. So I'll show you guys what that looks like here. So New England and then the Chargers giving up 37 and 71. Wow, so they dropped back 4 spots and picked up a third rounder.
No, 14 spots.
That's what I said.
Yeah, 4 add 1 in front of the 4 equals 14. 37 add a 3. Yep, that's about right. Yeah.
And in the meantime, the Vikings pick is in. So we'll see what they do. And the Vikings are going Justin Jefferson.
Yep, I can totally see that. Makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I think there's actually a lot of cornerbacks still on the board. They didn't come off as frequent as I thought they would. I think the receiver run took longer, which pushed some of these cornerbacks down. I think Jalen Johnson's going to be the 25th pick.
Yeah.
Look at these wide receivers are nasty. Higgins is going to drop into the 40s, 50s. Ayuk might be a late first, early second. I think his 40 time was low. Pittman, I think, is going to go. He's going to go in the top 10 of the second round, if not sooner. That guy is, I think, has the highest upside of a top 5 upside for wide receivers, and he's not getting the notoriety that he should.
Yeah.
Chenault's, wow, dude, it's so stacked. That's the thing that kind of pisses you off.
Yeah. So, looking at the Minnesota's pick, Stephon Diggs or Justin Jefferson? Like,
Stephon Diggs.
who are you taking over the next 4 years?
Oh well, value wise, it's definitely Jefferson because money. When you factor in money, although Diggs is on a very favorable contract for a wide receiver.
Right. If I'm looking at the next 4 years, I'm taking Justin Jefferson.
Oh, for
Like
sure.
I said, I think he could be that guy. And outside of that, I can't stand the way, like, to me, Stephon Diggs is. People call Odell a problem. I don't believe Odell's a problem. He was on a crappy team, mostly with the New York Giants, with a crappy quarterback.
Oh, for
Stephon
sure.
Diggs is throwing these hissy fits when they're winning the game. He's playing with a way better quarterback than what Eli Manning was at his career on a team that's going to the playoffs. And he's throwing these fits because he's not getting the ball while they're winning the game. So that's not necessarily a guy I want on my team.
Yeah, he's definitely a little bit of a wide receiver. He's a little bit of a diva, but great player. I love Diggs. I actually really like Diggs coming out of the draft. I mean, he was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. Ton of talent and athleticism. Just couldn't stay healthy. And one thing he has is huge paws. That guy can catch anything and everything. And I like that out of a wide receiver. Big hands. I mean, it's hard to drop the ball when you engulf it every time it hits them.
Right. We'll see. So with the Chargers trading in with New England to 23, I really find that as a shocker, but then it's hard to say it's a shocker considering it's New England and Bill Belichick loves to do that. I say it's a shocker with a guy like Jordan Love still out there who has similar traits to Patrick Mahomes. Um, we'll see. I got Chargers going Josh Jones. What do you say?
I'm saying Ezra Cleveland.
Got it. For the people that are tuned in right now, go ahead and comment 50 if you want a shot to win at that $50 gift card. 50. Go ahead and comment 50 if you want a shot to win.
All right, so let's just put in perspective what New England has, because I don't know most people know this, but it's almost kind of insane. I'm pulling it up right now. So New England will have, I believe, 12 picks in the draft. Now they have more.
Yeah.
They moved 23 to 37. They'll also add 71. They'll have 87, 98, 100.
Yeah.
So they will now have 5 picks in the top 100.
Right.
Not as high as obviously the Dolphins, but they have amassed a quite amount of picks in day 2.
So let's see. Chargers here are getting Kenneth Murray. I did not see that.
That's like I said, not a great pick. That's not a value pick unless he's an elite athlete to take a linebacker in the first round. And on top of that, you gave up your third rounder and your second and third rounder to move up to go get a linebacker. I'm sorry. It's not a great value proposition to make that move, but the Chargers are the Chargers.
Yeah.
They make moves. They are, essentially the Browns of the West.
Yeah. Can we just give Jordan Love to the Saints? I feel like that happens.
Yeah. And I will be right with them going in the top 3. Or and then sorry, in the next 3 picks from where I said it.
Yeah, that's I don't know. Like, as a 49er fan, I'm going to keep going back to this. As a 49er fan, I don't want the Saints to get Jordan Love because if he is that dude, no thank you. I don't want him in the NFC. But I can highly see that happening in an offense like they run over there.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better situation. What if hold on, time out. Let me say this. What if the Chargers pick Jordan Love just to make sure they got the right quarterback?
Right.
Or that would be pretty insane. I will say this. They're ready to go, though, the Saints, and they're built for long term. Jordan Love sitting behind Breeze would be an absolute amazing pick. Give him 1 year to learn behind Breeze, and he has all the talent. That would be an amazing pick for them. It would be, I'm not saying, everybody don't take me for this as me saying he'll be the next Rodgers, but him learning behind Breeze for a year or two would not be a bad situation. Taking over a team that's winning.
Yeah. Well,
Kenneth Murray. Kenneth Murray to the Chargers, giving up a second and third. Good job, guys. You guys always do the city well.
city. Do they belong to a city? I don't know if LA has claimed them yet.
No, they actually don't have a home. But they definitely still have more fans in San Diego than they do in LA.
Yeah.
And you don't even see any fans here of the Chargers. So don't make a San Diego fan base joke. All right, go Padres.
When was the last time they were in the playoffs?
It doesn't matter. Tatis is the best player the MLB's ever seen.
Let's focus on the NFL draft.
Okay, on to the next pick. The 24th.
So I got Jordan Love, but I feel like that makes too much sense to where they don't do that. They could go Christian Fulton here as well. It's a guy I just keep saying, because he's a good corner. He's a good corner. He's my number 3. He's my number 3 corner. He could play. He could also play man, which they seem to tend to do there in New Orleans. I would prefer him in cover 3, but he could play man as well. They have a lot on him. Him playing at LSU, they've seen a lot. He's played at a championship level at LSU. And I just look at their cornerback position. They don't really have much. Jack Rabbit there, I don't consider him a number 2 corner. That guy just gets beat too much for me. So I feel like they could go corner here.
If they like athletic dudes playing cornerback, I think Gladney's more athletic than what his tape shows. They also do like size. I'm Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs to the Saints, although I think they should go Jordan Love. I think it just makes too much sense to do it. But they are also trying to win now with Breeze being there, potentially his last year. Right. But Love should be the pick. Diggs, I think, might be the pick.
So, yeah, I can certainly see. You said Diggs, you said Gladney. I could see all those guys. I find them all in the same circle. Kind of Fulton, Diggs, Gladney. I prefer Fulton and Diggs. That's just my personal preference. I like bigger corners. Gladney's a little small for me. I see him more as a nickel corner.
Yep.
And then on the outside. But I feel like that would be the need there. They're playing now against the Tom Brady Buccaneers, where they have 2 legit receivers, and I just feel like that's a desperate need. Eli Apple, I don't know what's going on with him. I think he's still a free agent. I think he didn't get that deal worked out with the Raiders. But he may not come back to New Orleans. If he doesn't, all they got is Marshawn Lattimore, and then, like I said, I don't trust Janoris Jenkins as a number 2 team if you're trying to, as a number 2 corner if you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
No, not at all. The dude is trash. I haven't said that in a while. I don't think I've said that since what pick did Derek Brown go?
He went
Eighth? Seven.
Yeah, to the Panthers.
So I haven't said trash since the 7th pick. It was definitely needed. With that being said, yeah, Gladney, I think you're right. He's more of your nickel. He's Orlando Skandrick. He can play on the outside if you need him to, but ideally he's your nickel back, and that's probably not where you want to draft him. Draft your nickel in the first round.
Right. So we'll see. So Jerry drafts on $250 million yacht.
Yeah, that's where the draft show is tonight. My $250 million yacht.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too.
That's where we draft. That's how we do things here.
Yeah. So I got a comment here. Did the 49ers get Kittle in the 3rd or 4th? They actually got him in the 5th. And the 49ers do kind of better in the later rounds because they were able to get Kittle in the 5th. I believe they got DJ Jones in the 6th, and they got Drake Greenlaw in the 5th last year. So that's a team that finds talent in later rounds. DJ Jones was tearing it up last year before he got hurt.
My boy too. Warner was even though a 3rd round pick, that was my boy.
Yep. So we'll see. It's crazy. So to look at John Lynch's draft history in the 1st round, he's gone D-line, linebacker, which was not on the team anymore. Rest in peace, Reuben Foster. So you went Solomon Thomas, D-line, Reuben Foster, linebacker, Mike McGlinchey, tackle, Nick Bosa, D-line. Now Kinlaw, D-line.
To be fair, he wasn't wrong on Foster.
No, not at all.
Just Foster was wrong on himself. That's
Vikings are on the clock now. The Saints went ahead and took Cesar Ruiz.
sure.
Cesar!
Because interior offensive linemen are worth 1st round picks. We see that all the time. Perfect. Yeah, that wasn't a good pick. He's not elite by any means, but I don't even really want to discuss that pick. They got a second round talent in the 1st round when they could have addressed other positions, more traded back and got more value.
How I look at it is you're always playing your division because winning your division is how you get in the playoffs. Don't necessarily there's difference between teams like the 49ers, Chiefs, or the Ravens where they're playing for the conference. Saints are kind of on that level, but with Drew Brees in that division, you're playing for your division or else you're on a wild card and you're going to have to play 3 road games to even make it to the Super Bowl. So in their situation, they're playing for the division. I'm not taking Cesar Ruiz here because I look at that interior D-line for Tampa Bay. It doesn't impress me to where I don't consider that a need.
The Panthers are in full rebuild mode.
Yeah.
The Falcons are going to be 6-10 or 8-8. Like the division's not very strong. That's why Jordan Love would have been again. They would have won the division. What did they do in the playoffs? Who's this? This is Ruiz.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think they could have went with Diggs and at the very least have a pretty good cornerback, and a pretty good cornerback is worth more than a really good center. So, based on value. So,
because he's going to play center in that scheme. Like, just my opinion, I feel like you could have got a center later.
Yeah, exactly. You could have, and that's where the value comes in. Is you can find a guy in the 2nd or 3rd day to play center but you can't find the odds of you finding a good cornerback late second or third day is almost impossible.
No. I'm gonna have to agree with Raul on this one, and for sure, surprising pick, like no doubt here.
Yep. But hey, you know what? Cowboys fans were bashing us trading back with you guys from and picking up Travis Frederick. Everybody said he was a late second, early third round pick. The guy got 5 straight Pro Bowls, although his career didn't last as long. But who knows? Maybe they got the next Frederick here.
Yeah, it's if I'm taking a pick like Cesar Ruiz, I would rather take Jordan Love, hands down. It's just I feel like he does more for my franchise, not necessarily immediately, but I don't think Cesar Ruiz pushes that needle where it's like, okay, like, yeah, no doubt, let's go get the guy. I just don't see that. So,
all right. Quick question. What are the chances of the Vikings, or what's the chance of the Vikings not selecting Trayvon Diggs here?
I don't think they do it.
Not at all. No way.
I think that was the hot topic of the Vikings. Even after they traded Stephon, they're gonna go get his brother, Trayvon Diggs. They need a corner.
Nope. Once they traded Stephon, Trayvon was long gone.
Yeah, that's off the board. You don't do that as a franchise.
So,
because how you look at it is he's always going to have that negative person in his life that's going to tell him that he should leave the Vikings.
That franchise is this, that franchise is that, yada yada yada. They're not being truthful, whatever. Yep.
With them, they went receiver already.
I already told you who they're picking.
Defense. It's either on the edge or at corner. One of the two.
I already told you who they're picking. It's Jalen Johnson.
No.
Gone.
I'm not going Jalen Johnson.
All right. What do the people think about
49ers are on the clock.
Oh. Who do the 49ers go? Where do they go?
Josh Jones? That's the only person worth, I feel, from 31.
That's crazy. You guys moved up.
Josh Jones doesn't last to 31. We traded up to trade back.
It probably cost you that pick, right?
Yeah, it's probably a John Lynch move to where it costed him that 4th that he got.
That sounds about right.
It's got to be Josh Jones. Because, damn, that means they wouldn't take a receiver until the 5th round.
This dude, you can get like James Prochet in the 5th round as your slot guy. You guys would be all right. All right, who's the pick, man? Who is worth moving up 6 spots?
The 49ers, they just moved up from 31 to 25.
What do you say? You thinking Josh Jones?
So the 49ers traded 31, 117, and 176. Wow.
What if you guys got Michael Pittman?
That's a haul.
So who did you draft in the 1st round? Or Kinlaw at 13 or 14? What if you went with Michael Pittman here?
31, 117, and what was it? They have here 176, but it's got to be 177. They just typed it in wrong. All right, whatever. I'm down. I don't think you needed to trade up for this. Ah,
Who was it?
awful.
Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, I can see it. I like Ayuk actually a lot.
You're hearing rumor. You hear things in there. You probably heard that somebody's going to take him. He's not staying at 31. Somebody's taking him. So that's what that situation is.
I like Ayuk a lot, dude. That's not a bad pick at all. He gives you a deep threat that you guys currently don't have. Debo Samuel's your across the middle of the field. He's not your deep threat. This is a good pick for you guys. They missed out on Rager. Rager didn't last. So this is the next best deep threat wide receiver in the draft. Denzel Mims could potentially be that. He's not it. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah,
but it doesn't necessarily fit Jimmy G's game either, though. So
that was my reaction as well. What?
Mm-hmm.
But you hear things. You got to move up. I think that's what this situation was. Ayuk is a guy that can turn.
It's not a bad pick.
He can run a drag route, catch it for 5 yards, and turn it into a first down. He's one of those type of receivers. So, I don't hate the pick. I just wish they would have kind of let the draft play out a little more. I'm not a fan of basically. We gave up 2 extra draft picks for him, so we'll see.
Yep. No, I mean, if that's your guy, 2 late round picks. I mean, you're almost praying that one of them, you get one of your guys that you draft in day 3. Even if you have 10 picks, you hope one pans out. If that's your guy, go get him in the first round and be happy.
Yeah. For sure going to be a ton of yards after the catch in San Francisco. I'll tell you that much. The fact that they got Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle, like,
yep.
Oh my God, it's insane trying to tackle these guys, and it's for sure giving the defense fits. Like I said, I love the player. I think Brandon Ayuk is good. I think he is better than N'Keal Harry, who went in the first round last year to New England.
No doubt.
But I feel like that was more of Arizona State's mistake by trying to have N'Keal Harry be that one guy over Ayuk. Okay, that's Arizona State. That's why they're the program they are. But Ayuk's a stud. I would have just let the draft played out more.
You definitely could have gotten a receiver you would have been happy with at 31, no doubt, without giving up picks. But again, he is one of the few guys that's left on the board that can be a deep threat, although that doesn't necessarily fit Garoppolo's game. But on the flip side of that, he is a guy that you can hit on a quick hitter and he's gone. So, I don't see it as a bad pick. Him, Debo, Kittle. Who's your third wide receiver over there?
It would be Kendrick
Bourne. That's another guy. Or hell, dude, you guys have Jalen. What's his name? Hurd.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It concerns me, like what he does at the receiver position. It has a lot to do with his size, and then when he's got a jacked up back, it kind of just limits it.
Yeah, I mean that'd be the question is whether he can stay healthy. I think that's always been his issue. But oh damn, they got Dak Prescott in a commercial laying on a sleep number bed. He's probably looking at his phone right now saying CeeDee Lamb. He's going to dream about CeeDee Lamb tonight.
All right, guys, are you guys ready for this next one? It's coming in right now.
Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland. We have to be right at some point.
DeAndre Swift. They already went.
DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, they already went Austin Jackson.
Yeah, they need more. But
Now they're going DeAndre Swift here. What are your guys' thoughts? And we got a comment here. I put it up from Raul. Said I can see Love going to the Packers now.
Love to the Packers. That would be interesting. But
I would.
I don't
like
think so.
Finger at Aaron Rodgers though.
Aaron Rodgers would throw a temper tantrum. No, I don't see that. DeAndre Swift, though, here at 26, don't like it. No value, but
No,
they needed. They should have. Yeah, I don't like it, but they had the 39th pick. They could have drafted a running back at the 39th pick. They have like 10 picks in like the top 100. It seems like that was a reach and a bad draft pick.
Yeah. Thank you, Tyga. Thank you. He said, bro, 49ers will probably grab another receiver. It's cool. Yeah. I call this draft I see it as a 2-receiver draft for the 49ers. Just because I look past this season and there's just not really much on the roster at wide receiver as far as under contract. So I certainly see another receiver. It depends who falls.
Yeah, you guys don't have many picks left, but yeah, it's definitely a high priority for you guys. Probably your highest priority. So, isn't the worst case scenario.
I'm 100% on board with Brandon Ayuk compared to DeAndre Swift.
Oh, no doubt, dude. That's a bad pick.
So I'm okay with that.
All right, so we have the Seahawks up.
They could get a bag of Cliff here.
Traded pick. Miami Dolphins traded picks to the Packers. Wait, hold on. They did not draft DeAndre Swift.
Okay. Wow.
So that is inaccurate, bro.
Why are they lying to me then?
Packers. What if the Packers did move up? So not only did we get the Miami Dolphins pick wrong, but my prediction of the Packers not trading or not drafting Love. What if they took Love here? He's on the TV, by the way.
Who?
Jordan Love.
Is he on the phone?
I don't know. They were laughing.
Okay. I'm just sending out a tweet right now saying Brandon Ayuk. Okay, I want CD Lamb, but I'm still down.
All right. So the Packers, they go wide receiver. They see the run on wide receivers about to open up, and they don't want to miss the boat. They are moving up for a wide receiver, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to see what they don't want
to. Although they did lose Brian Bulaga, so
I could go back and edit this. That would have been great.
What if they went offensive lineman here?
They can. Let's look at what's their receiver: Denzel Mims, T. Higgins, Chenong, Pittman. I guess people have Mims really high. I personally don't. I could see them trading up to go grab Mims before somebody else does. Although I don't necessarily see any of the teams at their current pick taking Mims. That's it. Aaron Rodgers done. Jordan Love.
Wow, good. Who called the Love pick? Was that Raul?
Yep.
Good job, Raul, boy. You nailed that one.
called it. They even traded up for it.
Nice. So we got it wrong 2 ways. Yeah,
Called it.
man. Let's be honest, dude. What's his name? LaFleur and Rogers didn't hit it off early, and LaFleur had some success this
Right.
past season. He might be telling Packers, "Look, man, Rogers' time is coming to an end. You want to keep me around long term? I need to go get my guy." And
Yeah.
Jordan Love might be his guy.
Yeah, that's insane. Green Bay. I mean, like, that's a great pick in my mind. That's a great pick.
It's the Saints pick, although I do think it's a slightly more premature than doing it for Breeze. But
Oh, I believe, yeah, because you
I
have a 4-year window.
you have a 4-year window on a cheap contract to get him on the field and see whether he's worth signing for longer.
Yeah.
And taking advantage of the cheap contract so you can build your team around it. Question is do they get rid of Rodgers maybe next year? What's his contract look like? That's the question.
Boy, we have sad news here. Dak Prescott, his brother, passed away Thursday.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't want to derail everything, but yeah, no, I did definitely see that. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. Is he one of them that were in that commercial?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. How many brothers he has?
I have no idea.
You. We'll see. I like it. I think he does. He's, to me, I thought he was more of a Deebo Samuel than a Chenault.
Over Chenault. Yeah.
I thought he was more of Deebo because at the combine, Chenault tried to compare himself to Deebo.
No, I don't.
But
I don't really.
I think Ayuk reminds me more of Deebo than Chenault.
I don't know. I guess I can kind of see it, but I would say actually Chenault's probably more physical than Deebo is.
Dang. So Aaron Rodgers. Wow.
So Aaron Rodgers,
Pretty much told him you have what?
you have 1 year to pack your bags and get the hell out. That's basically what they told him. No, maybe not that much, but no, I mean,
Because, like, how much do you let him play? Yeah, it's got to be 3 years. It's got to be 3 years max because you're going to let him play on that 4th round pick, or excuse me, 4th year on that 1st round pick money. And then you're going to play him 5th year on that 5th year option. You don't let him go 4 years without starting and have to determine if you're going to pay him on a 5th year option.
you need at least 2 years, of knowing. So I would say they probably have Rodgers for 2 more years. And then after that, I'm looking at the contract. You have 29. Huh?
I believe he has 4 years on his contract.
Yeah, 4 plus a 5th year option.
No.
Breeze had or Rodgers. Right. So 2 years, you almost can't afford to get rid of them. After that, there's a ton of, you get 22 million in like cap savings. So,
Who's been pretty connected in with Aaron Rodgers is Pat McAfee and his podcast. It's one of my favorite podcasts right now that I listen to, and I would go ahead and check that out and see when he's got Aaron Rodgers on there. He's already made a couple appearances. I believe he appeared on there either before the draft or maybe yesterday. He did something pre-draft with him where he was on for like an hour. I would like to hear what he says on a Pat McAfee show where it's not as filtered in front of reporters at their own facility.
yeah, and we'll see how much he wants to show up and take part in these voluntary meetings and practices if we get to that when he realizes they didn't draft him any talent to help them win, but really they drafted his replacement.
Right.
So, and it's funny because they did the same thing with him behind Brett Favre. And
Right.
Aaron Rodgers is a little bit petty and he's a little bit of a wide receiver. He has a lot of diva to him for the quarterback position. I can see him just having this little temper tantrum left and right about this whole situation.
Oh, for sure.
It would be great for Hard Knocks. I would actually like to see the Packers for Hard Knocks.
Is he going to become a teacher?
That's no, not at all. He's too petty, and no, he's not. It would, like I said, it'd be great for Hard Knocks because he's going to throw jabs and little subliminals here and there at Jordan Love.
Yeah. So here on NFL.com, I just decided to switch it over there so I don't have to hand enter it every time. The Seahawks don't trade up. The Seahawks don't trade. So it seems like their pick is in.
I have a feeling it's going to be Yetur Gross-Matos.
I believe we have a comment on that someone said that. Comment from McKinney.
McKinney, I can see McKinney too, but I just think they don't have Clowney. They're probably not going to get Clowney back. They need another pass rusher. They do have Collier coming back, their draft pick from last year. They could potentially have him, but I think it's probably going to be Gross-Matos. He seems to be a guy that Pete would like.
Are you ready for what it is?
Sure.
Jordan Brooks,
linebacker for Texas Tech. I can see that. He is he can do everything. He's probably he's a little short on the shorter side though.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked by that.
I'm surprised they took him over Patrick Queen, although I'm not all that surprised because he has more on his resume, just not as spectacular of a resume per se, being at Texas Tech versus LSU.
Yeah.
But I think Patrick Queen's only started 9 games in his college career.
Yeah. That's I wouldn't have taken. They probably could have got him in with their second round pick.
Probably. I heard he was a riser though. He is a big riser.
Yeah. So Raul thinks Aaron Rodgers is going to pull Brady and go play somewhere else in a year or two.
Yeah. Although, yeah, we'll see what happens with the money. I don't really know how that contract's structured, if there's options or whatever the case may be, but they're going to probably cut him in 2 years or honestly, I don't know.
You gotta look at the guarantees and the contract and all that. I haven't broke down his contract yet because I did not see Jordan Love going to the Packers. I saw a Super Bowl window for them and them having a glaring need at wide receiver opposite of Devontae Adams. They decided to trade up for a quarterback, so that's wild.
Yep, for sure. Selections in. You said it's Brooks, right?
Yeah.
Yep. He'll be a nice pairing with Wagner in the middle. I'm surprised they even picked here.
They usually trade out of their late first round picks
or they pick. But they pick Rashad Penny. My bad. This is like a Rashad Penny-ish pick. Actually, not as bad. I think Jordan Brooks is a good player, but
yeah, we'll see.
Let's see. In Baltimore. So Baltimore, they like big physical linebackers. They don't like the smaller linebackers. So I don't think Patrick Queen is in the mix. They need a pass rusher too.
They have to go middle linebacker here.
Who do they go though? The only one that I see worthy of, or that plays their style of defense, would be like Willie Gay Jr. type linebacker, and he's not going to be someone you take until the second, third round.
But yeah, I'm going Patrick Queen if I'm them.
I think he's too small.
You have to.
He's too small for their defense. He's like 6 foot 220. There's no way he's playing in that defense.
Okay. So who do you have then?
Honestly, I don't even know who I would go here if I was them.
I just look at their linebackers and they're pretty bad. It's a glaring need, and that's where I would be going if I was them. Like their secondary's pretty shirt up. They could also go edge rusher as well. They could go get a guy like Gross Matos or Epinesa.
Yeah. Although I don't know why, but Epinesa seems like a very, very Baltimore-esque pick.
All I know is Aaron Rodgers is now on the clock.
Aaron Rodgers is now on the clock.
Yeah. So
Zach Bond. Yeah, that might be the pick. That's actually good call on that one.
Yeah.
That would be solid.
Another Gross Matos for you.
Oh my God! What a piece of Matos.
That's talk about Gross Matos. That's the name we brought up.
How'd this guy find us? Do you have on your Twitter? Let me tell you one thing about him though. He said that the Raiders are going to win the Super Bowl after picking Arnett. He sent a text message saying they're going to win a Super Bowl after picking Arnett.
Yeah, that's for sure not going to happen.
And within about 2 minutes, there's going to be in the group chat this live stream. So we're going to get more viewers from a group chat.
Oh, perfect. So, Gross Matos says, ha 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 ha.
Oh, man.
That his Raiders can't stop, won't stop.
Can't stop. Oh,
that's how somebody gets a name like Gross Matos.
Oh my God, dude.
So the Ravens, they're kind of taking a while here, and they do go Patrick Queen, like I said.
I'm laughing. I can't stop. Won't stop. They're taking who? Patrick Queen.
Yep.
Okay. You called it. Yeah, I didn't see that happening, but
their starting linebackers are terrible as far as their inside linebackers. Guys that don't even play. I think it's like LJ Ford and Chris Board. That's not guys I'm starting. Especially when you're in a conference with Patrick Mahomes, you need better linebacker play than that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because or else a guy like Travis Kelce's going to eat you up, or you can have guys cross your face like Tyreek Hill or Sammy Watkins and just eat you up all day.
Oh, man. Yeah, the Raiders should have drafted Love, actually. That wouldn't have been a bad pick.
Yeah. Carr's not the answer. When you have your quarterback crying on the field, nobody wants to play for you. Nobody is gonna. You try to pump up your team and give them a rah-rah speech, they're not listening to you. You cried on the field.
Jeff absolutely loves Derek Carr. Like, I don't even know how to explain how much Jeff loves Derek Carr, and I'm saying that sarcastically speaking. But yeah, they could have definitely went Jordan Love, but the Ravens go Patrick Queen. I think he doesn't necessarily fit their defense the way they like to run it, but we shall see. Tennessee, who's Tennessee going with? They need a cornerback in the worst way.
Yeah, they're losing Logan Ryan, which I don't think it could end up seeing an upgrade from whoever they draft. I believe Fulton's still on the board.
Fulton is on the board. Gladney's on the board.
Yeah, so Gladney is a little too much like your boy from USC. That's over there now.
Yeah, Adoree. I agree. Yeah,
Corey Jackson.
you need a little bit more size.
Yeah, so I'm going Fulton. Fulton's more of a size like Logan Ryan, more of a bigger body. So that's who I would go here. You got Patrick Mahomes in that conference. You got Deshaun Watson in your own division. You got Phillip Rivers in your division. That's where I would go.
Yeah, I would. Again, Jalen Johnson. Vrabel likes physical defensive players. I can see Jalen Johnson moving up for sure. Let's see. Pick is in. We're still on the Ravens pick. Jesus, let's go.
Yeah. There you go. I added it there.
There should be like 2 seconds left on that Tennessee pick. I feel like we've been on Baltimore for about 20 minutes.
So, I believe he's saying Derek Carr is a B- QB at best. He's just king of the checkdowns. I would rather have somebody else who challenged the field than just check it down and get me nowhere. I would honestly rather have a Jameis Winston. Even though he threw 30 interceptions, at least he's in a challenge field, put up points. Derek Carr checks it down and gets you about 13 a game. I'm not a fan of that.
For sure. I would definitely go Jameis in that situation. You can get Jameis for on a 1-year deal. And maybe if you're smart, you structure a 1 year with a team option for the second. At this point, Jameis would probably be more than happy to even get a deal. It's not like he has a clean off the field record where it's, he's just waiting for the best opportunity. I think a lot of the reason why Tampa wanted to let him go is he had a lot of baggage off the field before he even got there, and then while he was there as well, and it was the same stuff over and over. Yeah. I think if you're a team like the Raiders or a team that needs a quarterback, you go out and you sign Jameis to a 1-year deal with a second-year team option, and hopefully it's on an affordable contract. If he's great and he outdoes his contract, you have him for a second year. If he's trash, then you can get out of it.
Yeah. And I agree with what Luis said here. Carr, after he got hurt, he lost all his confidence. And I think that's spot on. You don't want to he's not that type of quarterback to sit in there and let the play develop, see what happens, try to extend a play. He would rather just dump it down to the running back if he sees nothing.
Yep. Yeah, after he was crying on the field, yeah, he definitely lost his confidence there.
Lost his confidence and lost his teammates' respect.
And it kind of reminds me of his big brother. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
Yeah, and his big brother was talking about Jameis, saying he needs professional training. And how much did his professional training get him far in his career?
Yeah, but that dude was drafted into a crap situation. I don't really blame too much on David Carr. He is a first pick on an expansion team that had zero to put around him. Like, what's he supposed to do? He was drafted to fail. Like, you should never draft. You're an expansion team and you're drafting a quarterback with the first pick. Come on, dude. You have nothing to put around him.
Yeah. Let's see here. I got nothing on the Titans yet.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm waiting.
I'm saying corner.
What if
They
they need to replace the offensive tackle? They lost Conklin.
they do, but then they signed somebody. Let me go ahead and look up who their right tackle is. That's right. They signed Dennis Kelly.
Oh, dude, I feel so confident.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I would.
Well, they
That'd be
still Josh Jones is still on the board, which
that's
I
what I'm
find out.
saying. Is he? Would that be an awful pick? Them going Josh Jones? I don't think so.
It's like clockwork. SEC dominating the draft again. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, they're a superpower over there, man. They invest a lot of money into their football teams and they get a lot out of it. It you know, you get what you put in.
Right.
The Pac-12 invests the least amount, and they look like a Group of Five team, not a Power Five team or a Power Five conference. So. With the 29th pick, the Tennessee Titans select hurry up. Zach Bond. I think that's going to be the pick here. I think we're a pick late. Who said Zach Bond? Was it Tyga or Raul? Who said Zach Bond for the last pick? No, you guys don't get a running back in the first round. Mikey, come on. That will probably be your second to last pick in this draft. You guys have a ton of value in out of your running backs, and a lot of them weren't even high drafted players. That offense works. It's a Shanahan offense. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Tyga, if Bond went here. That would be a decent pick for Tennessee. Let's see. Yeah, SEC is killing it. Let's see.
No, there's no need for the Niners to go running back when you have a running back, a beast running back by committee. That's the last thing they need right now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And it's the Shanahan offense. Like Shanahan's offenses, they get like 6-round picks and they become studs. So
Yeah. So the pick is in. Titans took Isaiah Wilson.
oh wow. They were saying he was moving up into a first round guy. So the Dolphins are on the clock.
Not too shocked by it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely kind of fits the Conklin role. Big road grader that's going to just push guys around and let you run the ball. So I can see it. He definitely fits that Conklin role where Josh Jones is more left tackle, but he's more soft. He's going to be your finesse pass blocker. This guy is your road grader, 350 pounds of just beef.
Yeah.
So What was the record? Sorry, I don't have the volume on the TV. Most draft picks ever fly by a conference or what?
I didn't see the. I'm not watching TV, so I don't know. I don't know what the record is. I honestly have. It feels like a normal SEC draft to me. I haven't even felt like if it was that crazy. I was just like, okay, SEC guy. All right, yeah, sounds right.
Yeah, they usually them and State. Ohio State's basically all the other teams in one. They're insane.
Yeah.
Tyga, what record did they break? Drop it in the comments.
Probably most guys in the first round, but don't know how
Okay,
much.
gotcha. So most guys in the first round. Yeah, they.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really not. If you think about it, like you don't have the USC's really putting out many first round talents. They had Austin Jackson, but that was like the one team in the Pac-12 that every year was putting out a couple guys. They've fallen off. Michigan, they have Ruiz, but you have a couple guys you're talking about. Who else would you have? You would have Texas. Texas doesn't really have any guys that are first rounders.
Yeah.
So really, it's the SEC is just they're firing on all cylinders. ACC, Miami, Florida State, all those teams really aren't putting out any guys in the first round. All you have is Clemson that's really holding everybody up in the ACC right now. So yeah, it's just
literally
everybody in the other conferences are really just not doing it. Oregon's probably going to be a team unless USC and Washington's kind of taking a couple steps back is going to be holding that conference together as far as draft picks. So it's the SEC, Clemson, and Ohio State as of right now. That's really holding things together. So who have the Dolphins selected? They have Austin Jackson, Tua. We have on the clock. They can go.
We'll see.
They can go safety, although I wouldn't take any of the safeties in the first round.
Yeah, they could go what was originally reported in DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, they could do that. I wouldn't do that either. They can go wide receiver. Do they like
McKinney? I know you're not a fan.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I can see them doing it. I wouldn't do it, but yeah, they can definitely do it. I thought that was a possibility for the Eagles at 21, so I definitely could see it happening at 30. The pick is in.
Okay, I should be getting it soon then. So we got 3 picks left here. The pick is in, as Eddie said. I'm gonna go safety here. I just feel like.
Yeah, I can see it. Although they've invested a lot into their secondary.
Yeah, they did. They invested quite a bit, but they still need. They got a former 49er Adrian Colbert starting at safety right now. That's obviously needs to be changed. I think he could be a stud, but he's not a starter at safety.
What if, and I feel like I'm now just throwing the same player's name out there over and over, which I'm trying not to do, but Van Noy is now a part of the Miami Dolphins. Kyle Van Noy is making big money there. How old is Kyle Van Noy? 29. Never mind. I would say maybe Zach Bond here. They're very similar players, almost clones. It would be interesting if they would be taking the same guy. I don't think they would though. If Van Noy was a little longer in the tooth, it would make sense. No better guy to learn from, because that's ideally what you're getting out of Bond is Van Noy.
Yeah.
Or maybe a better Van Noy, but
yeah. As definitely agree. They have the corners. They have the two corners there in Miami. They need to add a safety. It's gotta be Xavier McKinney.
Pick is and DeAndre Swift. It is the original pick. That's funny. Whoever put that is tipped. They were tipped on or no, I'm lying actually. That was them showing who's sitting around.
Oh wow. Noah, the corner from Auburn. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
from Dov. Dov Kleiman's been, and he's an NFL beat writer, but he's been wrong about 3 times today already, and it screwed me up. But they look like they're going corner again, huh? So adding 3 corners, paying 2 big money, and now you draft one in the first round.
Yeah, that's crazy. Maybe he figures if we can just cover everybody with our cornerbacks, we should be able to get some pass rush if they're all coverage sacks.
So we got a question here. Is Miami's record prediction? I know they're playing the NFC West, so that means they're playing the AFC West as well. It's too tough divisions. Plus, I wouldn't necessarily count out New England quite yet. They still have Bill Belichick. I probably see like 6-10 from them.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
6-10.
I just
think they need more weapons on offense. They just have Devontae Parker. That's it.
The Bills are a really good team, although you could easily see the Bills taking a step back from where they were last year. I think Josh Allen played better than his skill set, so I could see them taking a step back. I still think they win the division. The Jets are garbage. They're not going to win. So that could be potentially 2 wins right there for the Dolphins against the Jets. The Packers, they seem to always split one, or sorry, the Patriots, they seem to always split one with the Patriots. So there's 3 wins there. I don't think they beat the Bills, but I think that they're definitely a better team. Yeah, 6-10, 7-9 seems about fair.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would say, and then to follow that up is who's going to win the division.
Bills.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, Bill. The issue with the Bills, though, is they were right there last year. They just could not move the ball against the Patriots.
Yeah.
But that's my issue is
I think they got better at wide receiver with Stephon Diggs.
Right.
But the question is how good is Josh Allen going to be? I think he kind of overachieved last year, and a lot of what he did was running. So maybe it evens itself out and you get the same, just a little bit more on the passing and less on the running. Who knows?
Right. So yeah, I would go Bills. I would like to see them add a running back as well. See what happens there. Give Devin Singletary a little compliment in the backfield, and then I think Knox, their tight end, he could be something. I like the way he plays. You got Diggs, you got slot receivers there with Beasley. You have John Brown. They have a really good roster. It just comes down to how Josh Allen develops as a quarterback.
Yep.
I would like to see that more.
If he takes a step forward, they're definitely winning that thing, no doubt about it. If he takes a step back, it could be questionable as far as what they do.
Oh. So we got Eddie, looks like a tired Joe Buck.
I am tired, man. I woke up at 5.
I could see a little Joe Buck. Why not? So yeah, and Tyga loves the way Noah plays that cornerback. Yeah, for sure. He comes from the SEC as well. Went to Auburn, so definitely plays tough. He's bigger corner. That's what I like about him as well. I did say I do like those bigger corners, and I think it's a great pick. I just don't know about the fit, considering you already have 2 top paid cornerbacks already. I would have went Xavier McKinney myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it. But I guess Flores is trying to make sure everybody's covered, and every sack is a coverage sack. They have like 5 more picks though. It seems like in like the top 100, so they can go and shore up other positions of need later on. So that's the luxury when you have a boatload of picks and you have a lot of positions that need to be filled. So let's see. The pick is in. I called this pick earlier, Jalen Johnson. Let's see if I was right on that.
It has to be a corner for me. Fulton. I'm going Fulton here. Cornerback, LSU.
Jeff Gladney, you were both wrong.
Gladney. Wow.
Well, you can't get them all right. We're about 1 for the last 5, but
hey, we're getting the position right though.
Yeah, Gladney is good. I just think he's more of a slot guy than an outside guy. But
yeah, same here. I don't draft a nickel corner that early in the draft. I would rather go get somebody on the outside. So last pick before this draft ends, and we'll see what happens here. Tyga seems happy about the Gladney pick though.
Yeah, I like Gladney. I just think he's like Orlando Scandrick. He'll be a really, really good slot cornerback, and he can definitely play on the outside, but you want to be totally satisfied with him being your outside cornerback.
Yeah.
All right, the last pick. The Kansas City Chiefs are going to select. I think it's going to be defense. I don't see them going anywhere else. Gross Matos. He's a little light 4.34. Maybe they go Diggs here.
Yeah. So since we're coming close to the end of this first round, end of the day here, I appreciate you guys sticking along with us, chatting that up, asking questions. It's definitely great when we get those questions asked. Keeps the flow of going, especially when you get we're on 4.5 hours here, and so definitely love it. Go ahead and comment your Twitter handle, so that we know exactly who we can send the gift card to. If you don't have it, put Instagram, Facebook link, whatever.
Yep. I actually like this. Raul says defensive tackle. What about Ross Blacklock or maybe AJ Epinesa?
I would love AJ Epinesa. That would be nasty for the Chiefs. Add some pass rushing for them. If they ever get down in a game, they could just send those dogs, and then Patrick Mahomes comes back on offense. It makes it really tough for a team.
Yep, I can see the Epinesa pick actually. Not my ideal player, but he gets it done. He's a hard worker.
Yeah.
Let's see. What did he measure in at? Epinesa 6'5", 275, 34 and a half inch arms. 10 and 1/8 inch hand. So he's a size he can put on some more weight too. If he can get up to like the 290s, you Chris Jones, not a bad duo right there.
Right. I would, yeah. I'm going Epinesa right here. That's what I would do.
Yep, I can dig it. It'd be a very Casey type of thing to do.
It's just, we'll see. We'll see, guys. I'm just looking through here really quick.
All right. So, any good notes? Any or comments?
Go ahead and ask us a second round question here. Let's go ahead. We would start off with the Bengals there in the second round. My Niners don't pick all the way until the 5th round. Lost that 4 really quick. Brandon Ayuk, I like it though. For that offense, Kyle Shanahan will scheme him open, and he's got burners, so it's fine. I'm surprised Epinesa's still here on the board. I'm just gonna be so shocked if they don't take Epinesa or Epinesa.
His combine times were kind of alarming. Everybody worried about his bend and how good of an athlete he was.
Mm-hmm.
That combine really hurt him, and I think he would go here because it just seems like a Chiefs type of pick. Although I wouldn't be surprised if he lasts until midway through the second with the combine time.
Right.
But he's a long guy. Like he has long arms, tall. He can add some extra weight. He would be fine, I think, in a 3-4 defense, playing defensive end, or in a 4-3 defense too, playing defensive tackle, or maybe like a left end as well. So he has a lot of scheme diversity, which is going to help him out in his draft stock.
Wow. They didn't go defense, but this is a great pick here by the Chiefs. They're going Clyde Edwards-Helaire, another SEC guy from LSU. So, he could, looking at that game he did against Alabama, where he did it all over the field, running the ball, receiving the ball, ran a wheel route for a touchdown, and he's just a stud. He's a baller. It's a great pick for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it. Again, running back, first round, not a transcending running back. Give me a defensive player. I can go get a running back that gives me just as much value, if not more, in the 3rd or 4th round. So I don't see it, but it is what it is. What can you do?
Perfect. Well, see here. I'm gonna go ahead and post it on my Twitter right now. You can go ahead and follow me at LeoLuna93. I'm gonna go ahead and post the 2 winners and which category. If you see your name there, go ahead and send me a DM to claim. All right, guys. Well, I definitely appreciate it here. We're gonna wrap it up. I do see here a comment though, really quick. I want to touch on that. Where does Hurts land? For myself, I don't see him going as early as people think. He's going to have to go into an offense that has not an athletic quarterback because I think they're going to try to do what Taysom Hill does with the Saints. And I don't know. I could see maybe plenty of teams could take him. I don't know. It's kind of just hard to say. You can see Titans maybe get him in the backfield with Derrick Henry and run some little read option routes. That could be very interesting. It's going to be with the quarterback that they don't want running the ball. Basically, they're going to try to just do it matchup based and scheme based.
Yeah, I mean, after watching Hurts, I said this very early in the show. He's just a on his throws. His reading and progression of plays is not where you would want it to be. Right. Although I will say he wasn't given a offense to throw the ball when he first got to Alabama. They actually built that offense for Tua, and they totally adjusted it. So I don't necessarily think that all of it's on Hurts, but that I don't think he's going to be a starting quarterback by any means. So if you're going to draft a guy that you're not comfortable, and maybe I'm different from everybody else, but I wouldn't take him until the 3rd day. And just if he does pan out, great. If he doesn't, then you didn't waste much draft capital.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Well, I'll go ahead. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Will we be doing this tomorrow? What do you say, Eddie?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. If you guys are interested in joining us tomorrow as well, if you got a video camera, definitely feel free. This is a long process, so the more people we could have on here discussing picks makes the time flow more, as well as different opinions on the picks as well helps out, and just makes the time go a lot by faster.
All right, guys. Yeah, that's we'll see you guys tomorrow, and yeah, definitely keep us. Oh, Leo, you're gonna let people know about the winnings as well, correct?
Yes, I'm gonna send out the tweets right now, and then if once they see their name tag, go ahead and shoot me a DM because it will be a e-gift card. So it's gonna be an electronic gift card to where I send it to your email, and then we go from there. I'll just send it to your email, and then you could upload it into Fanatics instantly and purchase whatever team gear you want.
Cool. Sounds good. All right, enough from me. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you guys.